Me, you can pull for me. I'm kidding. Hello. I'm on the banner, guys. Look at that. Featuring 6-star operator, Cookie Kaze. Okay, I'm kidding. Yes, hi. We are in a grand 1.3 discussion stream because we were reacting to that was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago that we had the live stream? 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago, yes. Um, this stream will be long. Okay, if you just tuned in from Europe or America, because I'm streaming more suited to the Asian time, I just need to let you know what's gonna happen if you are watching the VOD. So a large part of the front of the stream is me chatting with everyone about 1.3, our expectations, discussing about contingency contract, and then once I'm done with the whole discussion part, I need to finish patch 1.2 because I haven't finished all the side story yet. I'm still on like the part 3 or 2 of the quest, and I haven't fixed my base yet. So basically, this is a factory building stream as well. But I'm gonna do the discussion first, and then afterwards all the factory stuff later because more people will be excited to hear my 1.3 discussion. I expect less people to be watching later, but you guys will be in to find out. How long will I take to talk about 1.3? At least 90 minutes, I think. So enjoy this Bentry discussion. Nobody is gonna join me on the stream or call unless someone urgently wants me to appear. So basically, we'll do that. Good morning, good morning. If you're from Europe, it's probably gonna be like afternoon time soon for you. I was planning to go to bed. To be honest, I'm quite sleepy. But then I told myself if I went to bed, I'm not gonna wake up. So I basically had coffee in order to do this stream. And that way I can at least stay up and then go to bed at a healthier timing. Because it's only 5 p.m. in my country right now. And that's a bit too early to sleep, right? So yeah, give me a while. Right. Hello. Did you have lunch while I stream? Good. Then your lunch is a substitute popcorn for what shall happen within the stream itself. So there's that. Well, I am still gonna make more videos with regards to CC because um the video that you all just saw me upload was just the preview of contingency contract, but I wanted to make another video to like really express my thoughts. Like I'm gonna do it in this stream, but the video is a more condensed and concise version. Like I'm not gonna film any video on this stream. None of what we're saying will get converted into a video. I will deliberately refilm to be a little bit more concise with the things that I want to talk about. So you're hearing the broader points of view, and then if you watch the incoming video either on Monday or Tuesday, that will be a more like sweeter version, and less like bantery and stuff. So yeah, if I'm gonna discuss a lot of CC today, then you're gonna dip. I'll tell you guys how I'm gonna discuss CC. I'm not gonna look at the risk just yet because I know some of you don't want to see the risk. The way I see of it is this. I want to just talk about my thoughts to CC first. So when we get to the CC discussion, the first part of what I want to discuss is just what I feel to CC, how I feel the community should react, whether or not I think people will like it, don't like it, how will content creators behave towards it, and then once I'm done with doing that, then I will talk about the risk that may appear during the CC to discuss, and then if any of you are the type that love to advance plan and you don't want to wait till the CC drop, unfortunately because a lot of the risks are like out there and people are compiling it, I don't see a reason that for those of you who want a head start, why don't you get the head start yourself? Like I don't mind that we discuss it here. So that's the reason. Okay, it's 4 p.m. Yeah. All right. What a random timing. Yeah, it is kind of random. It's 2 hours before like AK reset time, so it's a bit earlier than what I would usually stream for. Can we expect me to be sleepy in 1 hour? Maybe not so soon because coffee's in my system, so it'll be fine. What's the temperature out there? Question. I rather not know. As long as I'm not sweating, I think that means I'm alive. I genuinely do not know what's the temperature. Okay, wait, actually no, I realized you've just made me realize that my computer has always had a weather widget. I'm so unk. I've used this computer for the past 7 years now. I've only come to realize that the bar below my screen actually has a weather. I never knew that because I don't go looking for it. I don't go asking what's the temperature now. And then because one of you asked that, I just saw a temperature icon. It's 31 degrees Celsius. Yes, hi Chromium. Witcher on the no, my Witcher's on the bottom right. God damn, you disabled it? Yeah, I'm so unk. I haven't even disabled it. All right. The only thing you're scratching your head on is if the devs experience slipping on banana peels. Have you ever slipped on a banana peel? I need to tell you, I have. I didn't fall, but I felt the slip, and I hated it. I genuinely stepped on a banana peel, and it was an accident. Like someone just left it on the floor, and I was like, oh my god, I could have died. Like, but are banana peels slippery? They are. Okay, here's the thing. I'm willing to answer the questions that some of you will have about CC, but I can only answer based on what I show in my video or based on what other people show in their video. So originally, I wasn't going to discuss anything about the risk, and I can only discuss what I showed. But I've came to learn from the Discord community and everyone that, like in Reddit forums and whatnot, that basically all the risks are revealed because different content creators revealed different things. So people are basically now playing puzzle piece to get everything. So if Hypergriff is watching this stream, I just need them to know I did nothing of this. And this is people out there who are trying to figure out what the hell is going on in CC. They watch all the content creator videos. They've created the entire risk table map. So it's not my fault, okay? I am going to show it because I do think that you should give everyone a chance if, let's say, all the information is out there. So, yeah. It's just text. Well, you need to think about the fact that, okay, wait, hold on. I don't think there's a need for me to discuss like the operators and the new map and whatnot, okay? Because definitely the core map 1.3 discussion is gonna be the influence of the brand new game modes. Hold on, my nose is dying. Oh, my bin is gone. Okay, that's not fun. Okay, whatever. Anyways, um, yeah. So the core information is basically just like the stuff that didn't get shown on the stream, and then basically all the content creators discussing about it. Okay, I'm just gonna start off this discussion together with you guys first. Are you guys well, I think most of you are excited about contingency contract. Any of you watching right now not excited? And if you are not, why? Not excited, more scared. Okay, that's fair. Mid excited. You'll be honest, you don't like CC. If you watch my AK streams, you will know this. I said before, I also don't like CC. So I'll tell you my opinion towards contingency contract as an AK player, which is I always find it very stressful in order to play CC because it's definitely a hate moulding experience. And the reason why I've never okay, I have a hot take with regards to my excitement to CC. Okay, so in AK, the reason why I don't like it is that once you start going into the max risk or higher risk territory, the way they end up playing, you know, like how AK has 400 operators, right? There's something very unfortunate that I feel about a lot of the past season's AK CCs, which is by the time we finish the 2 week duration of the CC, at least in CN side, and even if it reruns into comes to global and JP, the max risk teams or the high risk teams ends up being the same for the most part. So while we often try to say that AK is very creative, the thing that I dislike is even though there's a 13-man roster, right, the core units become largely the same. Like, for example, you have a CC where it's like, guys, if you don't have a Chosa, you're not gonna get max risk, right? And then it's not just like one unit. It's like, oh, you gotta have the Virtuosa, Innes, Backpipe, maybe a rare lane in order to counter against like the range enemies, and then you need to have Upenius in the stage. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the highest max risk have about the same units. So if people try to like copy someone's guide, like if they copy a CN player or they copy someone who re-uploaded a guide into YouTube, it becomes a little bit stale, I feel, that it just starts fixating down into like one or two solutions. Now, I felt this way before CC even came out in Enfield. And after the fact that they've revealed it on the stream, and then at the same time I also got to try it a little bit for myself, this is the hot take that I'm going to say. I feel more excited about Enfield getting CC than AK did. Genuinely, I think Enfield will have a better CC than AK. So let me explain to you why. I feel that there will be a lot more teams in the high risk than what AK did. There's a little bit. I'll tell you two big reasons why I think Enfield CC is, in my opinion, better. So one, there will be different max, if not high risk solutions. Like I'm expecting people to get to their max risk with physical teams. I'm expecting people to get to their max risk with like heat concentrated teams, rainbow teams, electrification teams. Like, I cannot say that it will happen, but I just feel that there is that opportunity for creativity for people to achieve different teams to score the highest difficulty. That's the first part. And if that were the case, it makes me happy. Because if you think about it, it means that max risk is more accessible than max risk in AK. If it right? Because AK you need, for instance, if it's a 13-man roster, sometimes there's like 8 to 9 core units. If you're missing one, then you can't get the max risk, right? But in Enfield, when your squad is only 4, the chance of you having all 4 people that you need in the roster is higher, right? And the fact that I'm saying that I don't think there's only going to be a one and only solution, I feel like there's going to be multiple. That makes it extra exciting to see all the answers that people are going to come up with. So I'm pretty glad about that. Now, here's the second reason why I think CC is better in Enfield to a certain extent versus AK. I wrote this in the Discord community, as in like my Discord community. AK players need to understand something. No guides are gonna freaking help you. My fans messing up my mic? Okay. I repeat what I just said. No guides are gonna save your ass. People need to understand this. You can't just look at someone's video and copy. It's not like AK. You know like how AK, if you do a max risk, you watch a video, you pause the screen, you deploy at that second, you deploy at that frame, you use the skill at that frame, you pause, follow, boom, I'm a max risk owner. Enfield's not gonna let you do that. You can copy the team comp, you can copy the 4-man team, You can copy what weapon they wear. You can copy what gear they wear. You can copy what risk you took. But when you are executing it, you cannot copy it. You genuinely need to have skill. Some people argue that Enfield is a game that has no skill when versus AK, and I've never felt that way ever since Enfield launched. It's the very reason why I this is the one part I'm defensive about Enfield. That is, I believe that Enfield is a very skillful game and it can have a lot of expression. The problem I've had with Enfield is it's not giving a platform that allows people to prove that or show that. So I'm sorry for bringing back a very, very old time conversation, but the whole idea where some people believe that the slowdown combat of Enfield would be better for the game, I've never felt that way because it's a false sense of strategy, I feel, and it doesn't help that when you do the slowdown, it makes things a lot more time consuming and battles will take just way too long. Every skill needs to be precise. It's gonna kill you. So people argue that if you go into this whole action combat style, this fast-paced style right now, it's just slop. It's like you're just going to spam button, click button, and all that kind of thing. As soon as Hypergrave decided, no, we are gonna do this action combat, and knowing how Hypergrave did it for AK, I immediately thought to myself that this is the one company that can absolutely shake up the meaning of an action combat game. Because once I saw they did the whole combo thing, and I saw the way that the reactions work in the game, such that you don't just mono reaction this game. If you wanted to, you can blend, right? You can, like, the other crazy part about this game is that they're so insistent on blending the physical and arts now. And I think that's amazing. That you don't just have to do like a singular heat team, a singular electric team. If you wanted to do like a half-half or a triplet, you can do so, and it's a very different type of team. And it requires like a different kind of skill set in order to play with. Mono teams can feel very easy to follow in a guide. But once you start doing like, oh, by the way, guys, now we have Wolfguard, Perlica, and Gilberta in the same team. Did you know that you can do electrification, corrosion, and combustion at the exact same time to deal big damage? Like, it blows people's minds that if, like, when I say it blows people's minds, I'm saying that as like, it hasn't happened yet. Because people aren't exploring like that. No YouTube guides right now are teaching people to go away from mono and like learn how these different operators truly can come together to make some really fascinating games. And introduce to you a game style that doesn't feel so linear. So I just find that the main issue I've always had with Enfield is not that the combat isn't good or the base foundation isn't good. It's, I genuinely think it's fucking good, but why the hell are they giving like basic enemies that cannot prove how good the combat of this game can be? So I'm glad that CC is finally out. And that now that CC is out, it's really gonna make it work out. So it's fantastic, really. Now, so it comes back to the whole thing where I stated where this CC thing, you can watch whatever guides you want. Most players will start to come to realize that no matter what videos they watch, it will never save them from the problem. That is, they need to play good. It's so different from AK. Following a video doesn't make you a good player. I've always said this. I'm sorry for slandering you guys who have always copied Killstein guides, but like, you are not a good player. It's very harsh for me to say that. Because it means that you don't let yourself think. It's okay that you do that to like, you know, save time because you're at work, you're a schooling student. I totally respect that. I've been through that. I've been through university that there are times that I need to watch an Annihilation Guide video because I just don't have the time to play it now. But good luck trying to do that in Enfield. You can't do that. Yeah, guys, if you think about Umbral Monument, right? Do you think there's going to be a stage guide for like the? Okay, actually, I could create a stage guide for the slime stage because there's a concept behind the slime stage. I think the way guides will work, but there's a reason why I've not created any guides like operator guides or stage guides or Umbral Monument guides in Enfield because I'm actually just staying back to watch what the hell is going on with this game. And after observing it enough, I've just come to realize that you just can't teach people to say use this team equal you win. You genuinely need guides that goes like, oh, you're using this team, but while you're playing it, how the fuck do you use this team? You can't teach every 100 step of buttons that you're gonna click in that stage. You have to just teach people that there's a procedure of thought process that if the enemy does this, maybe you need to do this action. Then if you want to do bigger damage, you do these 3 actions. If you need to dodge, you need to protect yourself, then click on this action, then click on that action. Like there's a lot of if-else's that happens in this game. Rather than there's a linear step of actions. So I really need to like take the time to figure out how to teach people these operators. A lot of the operator guide videos that you see out there tends to teach people only a singular team. But like in truth, right? I've never made videos yet to counter some of these people where like Tang Tang, for instance, is so undervalued. Gilberta, for instance, is so undervalued right now. Like people say Gilberta is very strong, but I want to argue that people are playing Gilberta not at the optimal state. Because all they understand about Gilberta is, oh, suck the enemies in, push them all together in the same spot, do big damage in the singular spot. But they don't know how to like, what's the timing of the Gilbertus out in order to do the biggest giant damage, right? And then now that Gilberta has the nature infliction, what can you do with that nature infliction? Do you want a different reaction? Do you want a corrosion? There's things that you want to go for. So yeah. You don't play video games to think hard, you play them to unwind. Why is it a good thing that afterward you have to strain yourself more? No, okay. I will answer you on that question. The thing that I feel about Enfield, you know how Tobo has long argued that he doesn't like dodge. I just need to mention to you guys that when I called Tobo back then for him making that video, I wish I had the timestamp. I wish I can have evidence to prove what I'm saying. I feel very certain that I told him, if you know Hyperglyph, all Hyperglyph needs to do is create an event that says no dodge is allowed. I'm quite freaking certain that in one of my streams where I called him, I openly said that that can happen. Because it's Hyperglyph. Tobo doesn't understand, and I think a lot of people don't understand, that the reason why Enfield for now feels very easy and why they even have the dodge in play, I feel, is to allow casuals to be comfortable. The whole setting and premise of the combat of this game right now is it is a game that you do not have to sweat. You don't have to be picture perfect with your skills. You don't have to create the best teams ever. You don't have to create a team where there's like actually 20 different movesets you can consider. You can use teams that are just linear, straightforward, like a levitating team. Just get heat infliction. Pump, 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 pump. Swing, 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 swing. Done. Brainless, don't need to think, just let me click and farm. They allow that. And is the levitating team going to happen when this CC comes out? It's possible. Making events for tryhards only isn't going to keep you around. You don't understand. CC is an event for both the casuals and the tryhards. You guys are overthinking it. It's not that hard. Okay, here's the thing. So if you haven't watched my video on CC, the CC has mentioned that you just need risk 20, right? Genuinely, most people are going to clear risk 20. without much pain. It's all about picking the good risk. It's all about picking the risk that suits the team that you're currently playing. If you have teams that you feel very chill, don't need to do much in the game, all you have to do is just pick the ones that helps your team. That's that. Once you're past that, then that's when you start to sweat. The reason why I've always wanted CC is I've always wanted the game mode. Like, if you guys watch my patch 1.0 video of the review, my points stayed the same, and I genuinely think that they have achieved this. That is, create a game mode where the people who want to feel a little pinch of difficulty in the game can feel it. And the people who want to go absolutely insane in the game can feel it. CC to me is one of the best things that AK, like not Enfield, AK themselves have done because of the fact that it allows for people who just want a little bit of challenge to get that. And then the people who are like, let me prove to the world that they're the best player, can also get that at the exact same time. It's a marvelous event. The reason why I hate endgame modes in the other games is I think the bullshit. MOC1, MOC2, MOC3, MOC4. You can't clear MOC3 and MOC4? It's not because MOC3 and MOC4 is difficult. It's, well, too bad you didn't pull for the new character. You didn't pull for the new character that literally makes this one easier. So, like, that's not endgame. There's no differentiation. Endgame modes should help people who want easier time to feel that at least they are achieving something, because they went from, oh, I'm not thinking at all in my gameplay, to today I just thought a little bit. And the people who have been so desperate to like push themselves to the absolute limit and like stress, genuinely sweat in their game, they can finally get there as well. So, I'm just glad. And at the same time, it's also fantastic, by the way. You don't even, by the way, I mentioned in my videos that you can get pulls while you're playing for the TCC contract. The thing is, you don't even need to do risk 20. You don't even need to do risk 50. You just need risk 5. 5! Brother, you know what 5 is? 5 can be like, oh, don't switch control operator. Boom! Risk 2. What else can you choose? You can choose, what the hell are the other risks? Oh, operators main attribute down by 40%. Risk 3, which means attack down by 20%. Boom! 20% attack down. You can deal with it. You just take 20% attack down, plus don't switch operator. Kaboom! Risk 5! I got pulls! That's like how games should do it. It should never be like, oh, like the other games have a habit where the highest difficulty gives pulls. I think that's just bullshit. It should never be that way. AK has perfected it where they've always made it such that if they have a difficulty event, your participation rewards you pulls. It's not the fact that you cleared the hardest difficulty. If other people think that that's the way the game should be, they are brain dead. If you're listening to this and you think otherwise, that your game is doing it better than the idea that, oh, you get rewards by participating, you're fucked up. I'm just calling you out. You're basically trying to say, go spend your wallet. So, in any case, but this is a bit of like a derailment and like a whole train of thought that I started from. That is, I feel like Enfield CC is so much better than what people think it's gonna be. Seriously. Like, I'm glad that it's going to be a game mode that will let me like, am I gonna play it well? I can't say for sure. But are some of you going to rise up to the top and prove that you know how to play this game? I'm excited to see that. I'm not very built for action combat games, but other people are. And I'm glad that this game mode will help to push people into that. You know that we can share our clears? I don't think you can share your clear. You can share your risk. You also the import and share button, right? That's to share your table of risk. It's not to share your video or anything. Yeah. Sentotus said the CC is a worse virtual crisis. He's an idiot. You can clip this and send it to him. Like if he deflects me, I don't give a shit. I don't tend to call him an idiot. He's just an idiot for that specific comment. Sentotus like me. I like him too, guys. I'm okay with him. I'm chill with him. But hey, Sentotus knows for himself, okay? There's however much he wants to defend himself, deep down inside, we all got a little bit of idiocy in ourselves. It's just what are we idiots about? And that's one of that for him. So in any case though, yeah, I think I will make a video to discuss with people about this. Let me try to extend on more points that I wanted to say for this CC. I have very big words for this contingency contract, which is I might even say that this whole Enfield CC thing, it's almost like it's genuinely like a new. It's too big of a word, okay, but a new era for the game. And let me try to explain why I describe it like that. I don't think it's a new era straight off the bat. It can only be a new era if you guys, the players, the community, allow it to be. So, I get to verbalize this finally on stream. Most of you here play AK Global, right? If you don't play Arknights, it's fine. If you're like a pure Enfield player, you listen to me and you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Arknights has two different servers. We have the Chinese server and the global server. The global server always receives events 6 months after China. There is a reason why Arknights is... But there's multiple reasons, but I'm going to express to you one of the bigger reasons why Arknights is so big in China. When CC beta started, the very first CC and subsequent CCs after, players were so excited to see a game mode that they've never experienced before in any gacha game. There's a reason why the other gacha games, like Wuthering Waves and Genshin Impact, have their own game modes that try to mimic contingency contract. Because they saw the success of how it looks like in AK. And let me describe to you the success. The very first contingency contract had all the table of risk and the same concept that you just need to clear risk 18 and you can't get max risk. Okay? It was theoretically impossible for you to hit max risk. Like if you click on all the difficulty modifiers, no matter what team you do, no. But this made the players of the Chinese community very excited. The reason is that the players who've always wanted some depth and difficulty in the game, literally every day of the event, the way that they were doing it day by day was trying to beat a new record. So you imagine this scenario that was happening in the very first CC, right? First day, someone's highest possible risk was like risk 22. Immediately upload to Bilibili, basically the Chinese YouTube. And then all the other players are looking at it like, whoa, you can go beyond 18? Wait, it looks harder, it looks more fun. More players basically got on board. And then day 2, someone broke the record. Someone said, I got race 24, uploads the video. And then everyone gets excited again. Like, how high can we go? And then it goes to race 26, it goes to race 27. And then once people hit that big amount, like the risk, subsequently it becomes like this sort of race of like, can we break the barrier even more again? So the community of AK China was so involved in the first CC and every other CC later on. So what ends up happening, however, in the global server is that we experience none of this. Because we were behind CN, right? Most global players haven't had that sort of opportunity to be part of the record chasing race. We were always looking at the fact that China has done it before us. Because they got the event first, 6 months ahead, especially. And you know what the Chinese players will do? Because the global gets it 6 months later, the people who chase for the record will learn from their lessons, and then they'll play in the global server, use the experience they got in the first time they played to try to get a better record when it comes into global. If they can. Like, there's a big difference of just how we experience things as a global player. We're never the ones to contribute to what amazing things can happen with the game mode. We're just a copy and paste machine. Yeah, there's no more fun. Everything is solved. So what for to have a community, right? There's a reason why people sometimes look at Arknights and say Arknights isn't very interesting. Every single time, what's the most watched AK video? Killstin V guides. That's not to center him, it's just what we are. Everybody just don't think anymore. If there's a solution out there, just take that solution. Why for you play? Of course, the complaint to this is, then are you even playing the game? But for a lot of these players, they don't really care, right? Because AK to them has reduced into a collectionist game, rather than a game to really experience the mechanics for. So, the difference between CC in AK and now versus CC in Enfield is you guys are now involved. There is no China advantage anymore. We're now all solving this CC together. You can be faster than them. They could still be faster than you. It doesn't matter. This could be a video on its own. This is what I'm going to say in the video that I'm going to make. There's a half-day advantage for C server. Yeah, there might be. But let me try to make the point here. The race for CC in Enfield isn't just about the max risk. It's not just a race to be the first person to get the max risk. Because it might happen, right? First day, suddenly someone drops a, guys, I did a Fang Yi team risk 52. Let's just assume that did happen. And I'm also giving you a bet, it's not going to happen. I don't think risk 52 will be hit. But we'll talk about that after I'm done with my points here. Okay? Let's assume 52 will sit with a Fang Yi team. Does it end everybody's exploration? It doesn't. So when Arknights CC first happened, people don't just stop at the fact that a solved solution was done for a max risk. What happens after you solve one solution? You find another solution. So you don't just do one team. Someone might be racing to do a Fang Yi team, but can you then go against these people and say, let me now show you my max risk with a physical team? Right? And you know what we end up doing in AK? In AK, you know how you can carry 13 operators into the CC stage? How do people end up optimizing AK? they cut the number of operators. You're at max risk, right? Okay, how about do it with 9 people? How about do it with 7 people? There's always new ways that people are trying to push the limit. So when CC happens, it's not just race to the top. Even if you're at the top, there are different tops. There are different ways of playing. You could show off a team that is so complex and all the skill timings are precise. But how about is there a team that if you show it to a casual, could they simulate what you did better? You understand what I mean? So the giant difference now with Enfield getting CC versus AK Global is we're all in the party. We're all gonna get involved. We're all gonna have fun. But when I say this, there's different tiers of fun as well. The sweatiest players will be striving to find the best and perfect team for that 49, 50, and 51. You're gonna have a different category of players that don't need to do that 50, 51 and the chilling at the 20. Some people, they get the first kill at the 20, then it doesn't stop there. Is there a different team you can use to clear at the 20? Can you do a solo operator? Like imagine if risk 20, which is the risk that you need to get all the rewards, can be done with only one operator. Like maybe only a Chen. That's amazing, isn't it? Then people who say they struggle with the CC can just build the Chen, get the masteries, and then get risk 20 themselves, get all the rewards. Basically, the reason why players are so excited about contingency contract, like why AK players love it and why it's so influential in Enfield, is seeing the many different ways to enjoy this game mode. That you will get so much different skill expressions that you've never experienced and seen before in this game. And it's now up to everybody over here to discover that. So I hope you all understand like why I think it's going to be very big. And I hope that gives you excitement as well, whether you have played contingency contract in AK or you are just an Enfield player and you're now, listening to me and understanding what it actually entails. Now, my curiosity towards this is I do wonder why it didn't work out in the other games though. Because I don't play Wuthering Waves and I don't play Genshin. But the consensus that I heard from people is that they tried to imitate AKCC, but they don't do it as well. Where like it's not as how do I say this? People don't innovate as much as one. They don't have that spirit of doing such a game mode. And it's not very deep. Yeah, like the modifiers are not very deep. The enemies aren't that interesting. But this Enfield thing, the reason why I was so happy when they showed off CC in the trailer, like I don't know about I don't know why there are just a very small minority of AK players that thinks this CC is like a glop and like it's not a good rendition of AK. If anything, I'm amazed because I personally think they did what looks like a 1-for-1 replica of the tower defense modifier into an action combat modifier. They made modifiers suited for the genre. And I was just so deeply impressed that they could do that. So I'm just glad that could happen. Like you need to the flavor of the risk tags. The text that some of you may have heard and seen in the stream, like for example, no out damage on second use onwards. infliction's gonna be casted every 5 seconds. Those are very hyperglyph sounding words that I didn't think I would hear in Enfield, at least, because again, it's an action combat game. Most action combat games haven't seen shit like this, and to see that they did it, it's so like it renders me speechless. So it's very creative, and I'm so happy. I hope that gives you all my views to this game mode. So should be most of the stuff that I got to mention. Didn't the original CC get sunsetted because the participation rate get plummeted? No, it's not sunsetted. CC is still in the game. What do you mean? Like CC in AK? No, we still get it every 6 months. The only thing that they didn't do a good job with AKCC is, I think because they wanted it to be refreshing and new, they just changed the way CC works. Pre and post pinch out. Yeah, the reason why they changed CC, I feel, is because they wanted it to look refreshing. That's about it. Like, they've ran 13 seasons of the normal CC, so the current Enfield layout that you see is mimicking those first 13 seasons that AK had. Then once they introduced pinch out and DOS, what the hell is DOS called? Design of Strife. Those were to test a different look to CC. Eventually, they decided to go with it. Most players still reminisce about the old CC, but at the very least, it's still the same-ish concept about, you pick the risk as you want. The annoying thing about new CC versus old CC is that you cannot pick risk as freely as you want. You tend to pick them because they go in a chain. Like, you need certain risks to choose before, and then you can choose the ones behind. Which is what they did in Enfield, by the way. So Enfield, if you watch my video, I specifically stated that Enfield CC looks like a hybrid of both. Because they use the layout of the OCC, but OCC never had the key unlock. Like, you also saw that there was a key lock with the whole lock symbol. Then if you click on the key, it opens up everything behind. That is new CC. CC0 to CC13 in AK never had that. So I do find it interesting that they introduce both concepts in. Did I say CC13, CC12? My bad. So am I okay with the hybrid? I'm okay. Because at the very least, it's not like a lot of prerequisites. At the very least, they only gave 2 prerequisites that you can choose from, and they're quite similar. Most people have to pick that anyways in order to play the CC. So, yeah. Okay, do I think that this CC is gonna be absolutely amazing and go to and whatnot? I'm not so high and mighty to say that, this is gonna be the best thing ever and everyone's gonna love it and all that sort of stuff. I do think that this is more so a tryout season for them, but I also do feel that it's gonna be way better than what people think it's gonna be. And okay, from the discourse that the discussion, that I see online when people reacted to the risk and whatnot, the best part about seeing the CC is not even to talk about this CC. What's gonna happen in CC1, CC2, CC3 when they do the next seasons of Enfield? Isn't it? Like, if you all have seen the full table risk of what they've done in this season, there's a lot of things that they could have done, but they didn't do for this season. So it ends up becoming an interesting discussion to everybody where it's like, what if they did this next time, right? Notice that this CC has no enemy-specific risk. It has no effect to your SP recovery, right? 0 SP recovery risk related stuff, by the way, even though SP recovery was a problem in certain Umbral Monument stages. right? There was no increase in resistance to the enemies, at least from what we saw. There is no like enemy game shield, or what else? What ideas do you have? Right? Like no extra enemy added, no like extra move set from an enemy, or extra enemy count kind of thing. Minus operator probably wouldn't happen. I don't expect that to occur in the game. Yeah, environmental mechanics. What happens if there's poison damage in the stage for whatever reason? Right? Or enemies' attack speed is increased. Or certain enemies unkillable until you kill the enemies before. You understand what I'm saying? Like, suddenly, because the world is open, with how creative they were with the first set of risks that we get to see in the game, it suddenly becomes a whole like, whoa. So 2 patches from now, what's next? You understand? It's so exciting that this can happen in this game. So, to me, this is just really what the game needed. Now, here's the thing. I know some of you said that you don't like CC and that you wish they did like integrated strategies. And I agree. I absolutely agree that I had other game modes in Arknights that I preferred. But as with the way the AK has worked for us, CC came first as one of the fan favorite game modes that exists. Hyperglyph is the very company that is the king of game modes. They are the kings at making you feel like you're playing this game, but you're playing another game in a game. Like, it's not just some silly mini game. It's like legitimately, oh my god, what's going on? There's some entirely different stuff that I get to play. Like, for example, if you play Stronghold Protocol, suddenly you're playing TFT in Arknights. Like, how does that work? Or if you're playing Reclamation Algorithm, suddenly I have Minecraft in Arknights. Suddenly I'm building a base. What's going on? So to me, I kind of just feel that this CC, let this be the first start. Will they have other game modes in the future? Absolutely. It's just a matter of time. To me, seeing this is just a straight up instilling confidence that as a company, they know what people are asking for, but they are not magicians. They can't do it immediately. So yeah, you're afraid that switching to 2D to 3D, they can't do the same. Yeah, I don't expect them to do like a beautiful roguelike mode in Enfield. I expect them to do it a little bit more differently. So yeah. This is why Ra is both loved and hated by the community. Yeah, pretty much. There's also a reason why IS came out much later in AK. The game needed initial stage. Yeah, IS came out so late in AK. Like, IS was a year 2. No. It was like released 2+ years into AK. And the reason for that is they just needed more enemies. They needed people to have more operators. Year 1.5 was for Fungi Mist, but when it became permanent, it was 2 years in when they introduced Crimson Solitaire. And I think that was the more refined one. I do remember very clearly that when the first IS was released, which is Kyobi's Fungi Mist, I genuinely did think that the operator roster was a problem. Because there were so few operators in the game. Like, we don't have like a big 6-star pool as we do have today. Your runs back then for Fungi Mist definitely felt more repetitive than your runs in IS today in AK. And there weren't as much artifacts that they explored back then also. Yeah, Taunts was one of the best guards you can use in the first IS. And Taunts is not in the meta now for a lot of the recent IS. Because that's just how small the roster was back then. So, to me, the game modes that some people are asking for to see in Enfield, or maybe just some kind of good recreation, I don't think this can happen until we get out of Uling. Because it's very dependent on how many enemies we even get to play with. So let me now. But hey, some of you have questions with contingency contract. Here's what I advise you to do. Can you all write it down on your phone or your PC? Like write a note. I'm gonna ask you what your questions are later. Let me do a little bit of yet first. I will do Q&A and I will share with you guys what I'm able to share about CC. I will do a risk discussion after I do the Q&A, but I'm gonna do a train derailment of my point that I wanted to make. Actually, what was my train derailment? Fuck, this man is an old uncle. Suddenly he forgot what he wanted to say. Aiyo! What the fuck, bro? Help! Someone scrambled my brain. I was gonna say something that wasn't about CC. What the shit did I want to say? Oh yes! About the way that they pump maps in Enfield. Okay? People are gonna say that what I'm saying is glaze, and if they say that, my response to them is, are you mentally sound? Because don't you think it's absolutely crazy the rate that they are giving maps every patch? So patch 1.3 comes with one map, right? And patch 1.4, which is the patch right after this one, has two maps. Mate, this is faster than any Hoyoverse title. Yeah, we are on an average of 1.5 maps per patch. And these maps, unlike linear map or like just walk and all that kind of thing, they're like beauty maps, you know, photo op sessions, new enemies for you to play with, interesting places for you to fiddle around with. They've still scattered the lore around for you to pick up. They have little tidbits and Easter eggs for you to find in every single map. Like, their pace of map making is absolutely insane. One patch, one map is real. It's happening right now. We are legit getting one patch, one map, and it is more than one patch, one map. Like, the only game that can kind of do the same pace, at least from what I understand, is Wuthering Waves. You know, aren't they told that it's only the first year that they'll release new map every update? I don't think that's what they specifically mentioned or told. But this is something I kind of want to say about Enfield. I kind of wish that their pace of releasing map could match their pace of releasing operators. I wish we had more units to play. That's impossible. No, I'll tell you the reason why. No, when you guys say Warlock or Cry, no, I don't mean to release new 6 stars. Give me the 5 stars. Give me the fucking 5 stars. Like, if they have the budget, if they have the teams to keep delivering on maps, I'm sure they can have the team to deliver on characters. It's just a matter of what they're prioritizing. Yeah, I might argue I am willing to trade a map for a 5-star character. So like the idol girl that they showed, I genuinely am speculating that that's the new 5-star. And not a 6-star. She doesn't give me the vibe that she's a 6-star. Like, I've long knew that Tang Tang can be like, Tang Tang felt like a 5 to me, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had a 6, was how I felt when I saw her. I was sure that Mifu was a 6. And then when they teased the two other characters being Camille and the Sui Proxy, I was very confident that they're 6. I'm also very certain that Arcane is a 6. But when they showed the idol girl, I just looked at it and like, I don't think this character will be a 6. What's my reasoning? I don't think she's going to be story influential. Camille will be story influential, but I don't think this girl will be. Because basically she doesn't come across as a character that you'll see in more than one patch. Yeah. Am I in an NDA? No, I'm not in an NDA. So one thing is I wish that they can release more characters at a better pace. And then another, like when I say characters, I don't mean 6 stars, like I said. Just give me welfare units. Give me a free give me a free 5 star out of the blue in the next event or something. And that will be pretty good. Was Rossi overly influential? Doesn't help that Rossi is one sibling with Wolfguard, and two, at least character diversity. You get your classic strong, cute, small girl in the game, so they needed to sell, and therefore they gave her 6 star. That's more like a marketing choice thing that made me feel like, okay, Rossi will be a 6 star. So yeah. What else did I think? The fact that they release more maps also means that they release more music, by the way. And that's the other crazy part about this game. And the music from patch to patch, to me, is just getting better. Like 1.2 has, I wouldn't say so good music to the point that you remember what they are, but I think most of you remember the feeling that you get. Like, I don't remember the melody now of 1.2 music, but I do feel that the music that accompanied your experience when you played 1.2 was just great. So it just means that they gotta keep doing it with every patch, with every new map that they do. There's something else that I wish that they pumped up faster and better. I remember now. Enemies. I'm very nervous. The pace of new enemies feels a bit slow. That's genuinely an issue. Like I don't think I like the fact that every single patch we only get 2 to 3 enemies. Like, the enemies are very pretty, don't get me wrong. I like the 1.3 enemies. I was mentioning how I love that the 1.3 enemies, we actually got a very early design where an enemy can attach to another enemy and be different. Like, I don't know when was the first time that AK introduced an enemy that can attach to an enemy. Was it Solong Adele? It felt like it was Solong Adele when the sheeps can grab the units in on the floor, and then they'll fly and they'll still attack. Like, I was very surprised that they introduced that concept so fast, that when the monkeys jump onto the guy, it makes them different. The car in Gavial event, but that's not really them attaching though, that's like them transporting them. Right? The cars don't behave differently, they're just transporting the units. You know what I mean? Like, Monster Hunter event? Monster Hunter event, they had the dinosaur looking guy that when they pick up the shell, they harden and they actually behave differently. Like, now they have a direction for you to hit. Like, but basically though, Enfield does it way better, because Enfield is like, you straight up see the enemy on top of the guy's shell, and both of them are attacking at the same time, which I think is just very cool that they managed to design that. That's really good to see. But still, it's only that enemy, like the monkey, along with the Mangler Beast, and then the new boss. So there's only 3 enemies that they're releasing in 1.3. So to me, it's like, it's kind of slow. It's good enemies, but I sort of wish I saw like 5 new enemies at a time. Because if you think about enemies in AK, right? AK enemies are like, every single side story event that we do, it's like 8 new enemies. And it's always very interesting because every stage that you play are just like, oh, new mechanic. Oh, this guy does this thing. Oh shit, this balloon is gonna ram into me. I know AK is 2D. Everyone always says this. AK is 2D, Enfield 3D, harder to make. I agree. But I feel that the pace of them making the enemies does gate people's experience. And the thing is, they are making... This is the thing. If they're so good at delivering on the maps, that's where I question, can they put that same amount of effort to the enemies? It's a different type of modeling. But to me, them showing the capabilities of making such detailed and beautiful maps makes me feel that it's very likely that the team that makes the maps are not the same teams that make the enemies. Those are very different skill sets in programming and design. So I feel that they could do something there to push it up. So that's the thing. I'm glazing the maps a little too much. Am I? You think so? I don't know. I don't. Am I? How does this compare to the other titles? I'm turbo hyper glazing. So you think, but if for those of you who think that I'm hyper glazing, would that just means that you guys are feeling that the maps are just fine? Like when you think that I'm hyper glazing, then what's your opinion to the map? Maps, whatever. Ooh. Would it just mean that players have a different priority? Yeah, like if you guys think I'm hyper glazing, it's just because maps are not your priority. You find the geography of the maps annoying at times. I kinda agree. I do have a problem with Wuling maps right now. I don't like how much water we have. I kind of wish that when we go to the future cities in the future, like when we get into like um the snowy lands or something, like they don't deal with all these like giant water bodies, and instead they make like bigger mountainous region that you get to climb. Like the maps in Wuling feels very big, right? But it's very linear in truth. Yeah, there's not a lot of like shortcuts in a sense. I There's a reason why I think Wuling City for me feels like the nicest map thus far, because the map is like in all directions. You know what I mean? Like Wuling's map is boom, open. Valley 4 maps are like a straight line. The only map in Valley 4 that might not feel like a straight line is the um what is the area of Triangulos called? What's the one after Science Park? Why can't I remember? What's the map after Science Park? Why can't I remember that Lord Spring? Lord Spring is a very maze-like map. So it kind of like explodes and you can go in like all directions. And then Power Plant feels very compact. Very well, the hub also explodes, if you think about it. Hub and Wuling City explodes. Like it's a you can go everywhere type of map. But then things like Valley Pass, Query, and Origin Science Park, the very straight line. So I do agree that a very big main problem with Wuling that they've designed so far is, if you look at Xingyu Valley, um, Qingbo Stockade. Qingbo Stockade is very what's the word to say this? Notorious for this. That the map feels the most straight liney of a lot of the recent ones. Like there's a connection, but the connection is so minor. Test area is also linear. The only place that is not linear is when you unlock the city. But the city feels like a smaller version of the Wuling city itself. And then Marker Stone. I mean, Marker Stone is legit the same thing. It's like a linear line, a sudden branch into two, and then when you go to the tower is also just first floor to bottom floor. So everything is like a straight line vibe. So I kind of agree that they're designing it a little bit too simplistic, I feel. That the vibe of like navigating the map starts to feel same-ish from patch to patch. So I do wonder if once we get into like the new 1.3 map and 1.4 map, do they finally change? Because if they don't change the vibe of it, then the whole part where you all say that I'm hyperglazing the maps. Yeah, I agree. The problem I find the map now is the navigation experience, but the visuals and the designs are pretty up there. So that's the part. Okay, basically I'm glazing. I'm glazing. Okay, I tone down, not hyper. Oh, even if the path is kind of straightforward, yeah. Pulling is not really conducive to make zip lines. You can make zip line, but your zip line is just one straight line. There's no creativity in your zip line. So that's that. What other little things that I want to mention about 1.3? The main exciting part of 1.3 is only going to be CC, I feel. The story is still going to be cool. Like, I am very excited to see Camille's story specifically. The reason why I'm excited to see Camille's story is because she's the first release character that is going to talk about a region that we haven't heard of before. Because he's from Seska. It's unfortunate because his side story will not be situated in Seska. His side story will be situated in Valley 4. Oh, okay. I just remembered. We need to talk about this. CC, good. And I'm going to speak up for everybody over here. AIC is in trouble. I'm talking about the factory. If you don't know, 1.3 has 0 factory content. 0. This Enfield game that talks about industrial building, 0. The break isn't bad, I agree. However, the part that I disagree, and this is to speak of certain people, is some people genuinely just play this game not for the combat. They play this game for the factory. Even though 1.4 says that they're going to introduce the gas concept and that they said that it's going to be the biggest AIC patch, like the reason why 1.4 becomes the biggest AIC patch is because 1.3 lost AIC content. Right? You think about the fact that in 1.1 and 1.2, we've got like little tidbits of like, oh, here's this new material, here's a new chain of things to build, here's another new material, here's new chain of things to build. 1.3 is nothing, right? Empty. No outpost, no nothing for you to build. Your base is perfect now. Your Forge of the Sky is still at 12. Okay? So because we lose that, it feels like the little tidbit that may have happened in 1.3 has now been shifted into 1.4. That's fine to me. Okay? That's what they did. But even if 1.4 is the biggest AIC patch, my worry is I personally feel it's not enough. It's gonna feel good, I think. I think it's gonna be a fun patch to build a whole new outpost using the whole new gas mechanic, but it's not enough. So let me explain. We got an endgame mode for CC. I have a little bit of an argument. Do we not deserve an endgame mode for Factory? I think they can do it. I think they can find some ideas for it. How do you do it? It's a good question. The thing is, I feel that they need to figure out if they can give a map that can give a bigger plot of land. They need to do a map that is like a complete test area of like it doesn't affect your main AIC. How can they do it? Is as I've came up with ideas like this before. If Hyperglyph is watching, that's nice. But if they're not, like I would probably make a video on this. to be honest, because I genuinely feel that I have an idea that I can't promise that it's good or perfect, but I do think it's a good baseline to think how to expand from what I've thought of before. So, if they want to make like a factory endgame mode, one of the things that, like, you know how we saw the AIC event recently, the one that introduced the god and then you make it for the week? I think it can be more than that. So, for instance, in this test area game mode map, it's like a plot of land. Okay, imagine that it's a square-sized plot of land. They basically can design a game mode that is very stage-like. So when you enter it, it can say, build this formula in under 10 minutes. It can be a formula you're used to, like for example, Cuprium component. However, you cannot use blueprint. Okay, you can't use blueprint. That's one. But they can maybe start out by, having a square plot of land. But how can they make it harder? They change the map. They start putting obstacles into the map. Like if you enter the game mode and they do randomize the challenge, they can put blockers within the stage. They can give you a non-standard looking of a map. They can make it such that, like, the base that you're building is in a forest. So you can have your output, your depot node, but there are trees, giant trees, that you cannot remove. Or they can have buildings that are already set, and you cannot remove those buildings, and you have to do something. Yeah, they can turn the entire base game mode puzzle-like, if they wanted to. And it can be time limited. They can also make it such that they give you everything you need, but the formulas are like precise, in a sense that you can't build like unlimited refining unit. You cannot build unlimited shredding unit. They give you a fixed quantity of like electric pylons. Actually, no. Yeah, they might not be able to limit shredding unit, but imagine they limit the pylons. You know, like how in the tutorials when you play, there's some tutorials where they have that extra reward, and then they be like, oh, power it up with only one pylon. So now imagine they play this game mode, and then afterwards they say, oh, we're only giving you 5 pylons. And then maybe they don't just give a time limit. They can say your objective is to not just build the pipeline, is to build a pipeline that produces 6 Therium parts in every second. You know what I mean? And they need to figure out how to introduce this game mode in a randomized fashion. It does sound like the tutorials. It sounds like the tutorials, but the thing is, can they figure out how to make it randomizable and challenging? Yeah, and at the same time, this game mode can also introduce formulas that people aren't used to. They could even do a thing where they already have a perfect pipeline of like a different product. But the challenge is, can you build another pipeline without removing the existing ones or affecting the current ones? And then you have to make things cross over. These are not realistic things that can happen in your base because most of us build very beautiful bases. So you all get what I mean to say, right? Like, this is a base idea I have, and I don't think it's perfect. But what I mean to say is, I don't think the idea of a replayable base game mode is that far-fetched. They can make it happen. It's just are they willing to, and how? Like, I'm sure they got feedback like that from CN, from JP, from surveys, that people are saying, I want more AIC, I want more AIC. But one of the things that I hope their team is thinking about is not about releasing more regions and more mechanics. The problem with Enfield is not lack of mechanics. The problem with Enfield is it's not replayable. Once you build the base, once you copy someone's blueprint, if you're lazy, you don't touch the base anymore. So can they do something with the base where you do not just copy people's work? You are actively playing and building. So there's that. The engagement of AIC is big to justify the resources. You say that, but some people build AIC like it's nothing. Some people build AIC in 30 minutes. And then they'll go around to everybody's stream and be like, why are you struggling? So easy, because I played factory games before. The good thing about doing a replayable base game mode is the same idea as CC. Do you have to play whatever the hardest difficulty the base game mode can offer? No. You can play it for fun. Like how in CC, chasing higher risk is for fun for various players. And then most players just need to do risk 20. Same thing, if they did the AIC replayable mode, do a casual version of a difficulty to get the rewards, anything like let people feel the game mode, and if they offer harder and higher challenges, let that be an optional thing for the people who has been desperate for something replayable to do with the factory. Factory play is like the best sandbox. Yeah. Style, you want to make it sandbox. And it depends on what a factory game you're talking about, by the way. The reason why I have such an advice is because a factory game that I attribute with that I feel can be more simulated into AK is Big Farmer. So if you have no idea what this game is, it's not like Factorial or what's the other game that a lot of people name? So you all know like how Rhode Island is a pharmaceutical company and whatnot. The Big Pharma is a factory game, and the objective for this game is they go stage by stage, and you just have to produce the chemical product that you need to do. When you have produced that product and made the profit that you need, or the money that you like, the quantity that you need, then it's considered a stage clear. This is very different from Factorial where like you have a giant template. This is like constricted type of gameplay. But is it still fun? Yes. I think there's two genres of factory building games. The first genre is the stage by stage play, and the second genre is open design. I do think that the open design type of factory game is much harder for them to achieve in Enfield. Like, can they? I don't see them pulling it off early. But the idea of just like level designing base games, I think they can do that within the year. It sounds like RA3. Well, RA3 is a stage by stage design. So yeah, you're not wrong to say that it sounds very RA3. So that's my sort of thoughts to Enfield. I I think I was saying this to Slav when we called just 2 days ago to talk about 1.3. But I've always believed this at the very start of Enfield. Like before Enfield was released and while Enfield is going on, that Enfield is a game that is trying to be a game for everyone. Oh, boom, flames open, fire. But like, and then someone's gonna say, oh, but it's a game for no one. But let me try to explain how I feel towards that perspective. Hyperglyph has long been trying to figure out how casuals and hardcores can coexist in the game. Some people feel that this is impossible. And the way that Enfield started out in 1.0 to 1.2 has made me felt that the hardcore players have had nothing to do. This game is so casual oriented. Like when I say casual oriented, I don't just mean like the base, the combat, the story as well. Like everything in this game feels so eased up to do. You know, some people might describe the Enfield story is almost toned down so that a child can read. Which I'm not gonna complain. Yeah, some stories really do make you feel like that. So the way that I've seen this game is that I feel that at the very start of it, their concern has been can we get as many players as possible to play? But when they do that, I just feel that they don't show off the fact that this game has such a good foundation, combat and factory wise, that could make people who want to delve more into those concepts to play even harder. And I feel that every single patch, they've been chasing and trying to figure out how to be better and faster than that. So, Umbral Monument was like their attempt at trying to upsize that. I will say that for people who play factory games, the difficulty of 1.1 and 1.2's formulas may not be that hard. But for people who genuinely try, and if they don't have experience of factory games, I do feel that 1.1 and 1.2 formulas was a bit of a jump up from whatever we experienced in 1.0. Like, difficulty to learn those formulas wise. They did introduce some really tricky stuff. And most people still do not understand how to use the expanded crucible. And expanded crucible is probably one of the trickiest buildings that they've released so far in the game. So they're doing that, but it's sort of like a now they're trying to refocus their attention, because the idea is that casuals that want to play are now sticking the game. Casuals that gave up on the game will probably not join the game until they feel like there's a good incentive or push that. So with patch 1.3 onwards, I kind of feel that they're now trying to see, for the people who have been long waiting for like harder, more dedicated content, how do they now attend to these people? Because these are the people who are probably going to be the loudest at like voicing their opinions and the love for the game, but they haven't been able to do so because they literally gate these people from feeling that way. And then they are the ones that can potentially, one, retain the current casuals, or be telling the casuals that quit to come back in because, hey, we got all these things now and I think you might have fun. And then maybe convert some of the casuals to end up, being less of a casual and more into the game. So, to me, I've always felt that it was just going to take time. Like, I understand that people didn't have the confidence in Hyperglyph to deliver when they played 1.0. Because even if you tell people, hey, AK is a good game, they have done this in AK before, the front-facing evidence of 1.0 doesn't give you the hope that they're gonna do it. The only way for that I felt that hope is when I read more in depth into, say, the story files of the game or the combat specifics of the characters, like reading the characters' talents more in depth, figuring out that teams don't have to be mono elements and all that kind of thing. Those are the things that makes me realize there's something there. It's just, when are you going to make me use this knowledge? People complain that, for instance, Enfield lore isn't very tied to AK. It's just a cheap, spin-off of AK and all that kind of thing. But these are the people who's not reading a single operator file or reading a single note that they pick up to process and understand what they're trying to say. And as a result, it's like, they don't just seem to realize that they really are meticulous at trying to piece everything all together into one. The main thing that I've had a problem with them is I just feel that they're slow at doing this. So, at the very least, I think they're picking up the pace, and I need them to maintain that pace of delivering the good game that people thought that this game can be, in a sense. I think that's pretty much my closing thoughts to the 1.3 before we talk about CC after this. People are leaving this game in droves. Every day you see people removing people from your friends list. I would say that this is a global phenomenon. As in, like, when I say global, I don't mean like worldwide. I mean global server phenomenon. I want to slander the global players of gacha games and they don't have to feel affected by this because who cares? It's just what they want to do. But the slander is that global gacha game players have like the least appreciations to game. Like I might want to say that global players are legit just game hoppers. They never commit, eh. Whatever is the new thing, they just go. Now as MTE, they're there. Once next game release, they'll jump, they'll quit. Oh, okay. If this guy reacts to me reacting to him, I don't give a damn. I just want to, like, I saw this before I streamed today. He got recommended on my YouTube channel, okay? The video that got recommended to me was I quit Arknights Enfield. I didn't watch it. I was just like, okay, this recommended to me. Then I went to check out this guy's account. And then I'm like, what the fuck? So I show you this, I feel like this is a typical global gacha game player. Okay? On the early part of this year, he makes this video for a game called Dragon Traveler. Okay? I'm quitting Dragon Traveler. Then he makes videos for Arknights Enfield. He looks at it, he tries it, he plays it, he lays it. I quit Arknights Enfield. Like, it's all AK Enfield. Like, he literally has a month face. And then he has some other things that he's reviewed. And then he's playing Star Savior, another new game. Play Star Savior, make some guides, make some videos. Star Savior. Talks about some gear, progression tips. Makes a review. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not quitting Star Savior. I'm quitting Star Savior. You know what happens after he quits? NT, baby! NT! Okay, chat, bet. Is he quitting NT? No, I cannot believe that I came across this channel. Okay, if this guy feels that I'm over slandering him, I don't give a damn because any regular person who looks at all these videos will be looking at it and be thinking to themselves like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" Like genuinely, how the fuck is this your channel? Who's staying in this channel to watch? Like, hello? Are you guys into like unfaithful, unloyal people or something? But that's the reason why I brought up this guy is because that's a typical global gacha player, I feel. Global gacha players, more often, I feel unloyal to their games. They're like very big jumpers a lot of the time. So when you say that people leave in droves, I just feel that people leave in droves because they always need like new and refreshing things.
Day by day, I accept Tobo's opinion more.
Day by day, you accept Tobo's opinion more. Maybe we should be more elitist. Do we have to be? No, we don't have to be. Is this different from CN players? I don't mean to say that this doesn't exist in CN or JP, but I feel that the percentage or the proportion of such people is smaller in the other regions compared to global. Because the other thing about the CN and the JP players is there is also a higher proportion of players that are the type that plays multiple games at a time. They're not the type that jump. Rather, they hold multiple games, and then if they finally realize they don't want to hold one of the games, then they'll drop it. Like, global players do that also. But what I'm saying is, there's just a smaller portion of people that is like that. You know, there's only so much free time for games. Why bother with loyalty? No, I don't disagree. Whatever I'm saying about people who jump the game, I don't mean to say that that's a wrong behavior. Because they can do what they want. They can just find the games that they like. There's nothing wrong with like always, because at the end of the day, you're trying to find something that makes you happy. And if that's what makes you happy, then go for it. So when with this being a player behavior that people just go for whatever is the flashy new thing, it's only natural for us to see that players are leaving a game like AK Enfield. And people just need to understand that sometimes it's not because AK Enfield is like necessarily doing bad that these people are gone. It's just natural human behavior. I'm not saying that's the entire reason that people are out. Another reason that people got out or not even joined the game is because they are too influenced by content creator opinion. So I've said this story 2 days ago. I'll say it for a second time. Hopefully this is the last time I'm saying this story. But when I went to my trip to Indonesia, I was staying in like a vacation home of sorts, and I wasn't alone like, with my friends. There was another family that was there, and it was the first time that I got to meet a person that was a legitimate Sentuntas viewer. So I got a chat with this person, and then I was just curious. I was like, "Oh, sure, you watch Sentuntas? Like, you like him or something?" And then like, why do you like him? And then he was mentioning to me that he plays Watering Waves. And like it's the only gacha game that he plays, and he thinks that Sentotas is decently funny and whatnot. I asked him a question, which was whether he saw me, because Sentotas reacted to my video. Then I made sense for him that I'm Kikaze, and he's like, "Oh yes, he remember watching Saint react." So his immediate question after that to me was, "Oh, so by the way, then what do you think of Arknights Enfield?" Before I could say anything, like his question being, "What do you see of Arknights Enfield?" he immediately said, "I heard Arknights Enfield is really bad." And I'm just there like I feel like I was seeing in person what a normal sort of viewer or normal sort of person who don't watch much CCs can be. That they don't assess things for themselves. Like I asked him if he played Enfield, he never played Enfield. Like he said that apparently, like he heard two different YouTubers said that it was bad, so he wasn't confident to play the game. And then he said that he heard there was a PayPal issue as well, so he didn't play the game. But the thing is, like, for one, I can't blame the guy because it's just human behavior. There's just some people out there. How old was this person? He was a 30-year-old when I met him. He was a 30-year-old guy. Has a girlfriend and just plays Watering Waves and has a nice job actually. He's I think he's in a technical role. But it's like, yeah, they're just a casual, normal person. There's just a lot of people that watch content creators and they use the content creators to make decisions for themselves. So if the content creators start saying this game is shit, they immediately think, oh, this game must be shit. If this game good, oh, this game is good. Like everyone just follows. Like nowadays, people don't have the ability to make opinions for themselves, you know? And I find it very sad. Like I have a lot of rage bait comments in my own Enfield videos that you can find where people are just like, oh, Enfield is so shit and everything, and these are people that most certainly aren't playing Enfield. And their opinions that they formulate and put in the comments as a sort of rage bait, they're just using whatever they heard from someone else to describe that, oh, Enfield shit because they don't take care of their players. But it's like old news by now because it's all rectified. So, like, in a way, I'm not surprised that people are leaving the game. I just think it's like a natural course of action that happens in games. Every games are gonna suffer. And just let it be, you know. I tell you one thing that makes me kinda happy, in a sense, that even though in my recent video I stated how Enfield wasn't performing very well, in terms of like the live stream that they did for Fang Yi. But actually on the other hand, I recently made a different discovery. Now, this isn't to like say that this game is doing badly and whatnot. I'll make my actual point I want to make clearer after I show you guys this. I always I don't play HSR. Okay, as a person who don't play HSR and as a third person spectator, I've always thought that HSR was very good and consistent at achieving 1 million views across all of their streams. Because HSR is genuinely such a big game. So many people are playing the game. And if to prove my point, if you look at their streams like 2 years ago and 3 years ago, they were always consistently racking up 1 million views for every single stream that they did. But at a certain point, they no longer cross that threshold. And in fact, in the recent streams, it's some of them are like half, this is at 534 and 512, and like, I mean, this one will increase. But you get my point. Now, this isn't to say that the game is not doing well or the game is getting worse. Maybe that is true. But the other thing that I wanted to kind of mention is right now, I might make a video on this, but the existence of Enfield and NTE and soon to be the other games have caused a genuine problem. Like, we are facing what I will personally call a gacha bubble phenomenon. I'm not the first person that said this. Ryuku was the first person that used this word when we podcasted together. But basically, we all kind of agreed. The gacha bubble is about to burst. There's too many gacha games in the market. When there's too many gacha games in the market, it's actually damaging everyone. Some people argue that, oh, if there's more gacha games, it's good for me as a consumer because it means that I can choose the game that I prefer the most. There's more for me to choose, there's more for me to play. The problem with there being so many gacha games is because players are more spread, right? You think of it as like a slice of the pie. They say that it's already at the breaking point when COVID ended. Genshin blew it up, right? And then when Genshin happened, after Genshin was HSR, and then AK was a thing. So now the trouble that is at hand is we have way more gacha games than we used to, right? Uma came out, Reverse came out, Limbus was a thing that happened, and then they released ZZZ, Wuthering Waves comes out, and then now we have Enfield, and then we have NTE, soon to be Silver Palace. Like, players are everywhere now. The problem with players being everywhere is it lowers the growth across all the other games. No games can simulate the type of funding that Genshin and HSR got to enjoy in the times when gacha games didn't have much competition. So now that it has the highest competition, it's like all the gacha games need to work extra hard to keep people in. So, like, I think it's just really okay and normal for Enfield to have a decline in players for the time being. Soon enough, it will plateau. Like AK, for instance, has already plateaued in the global space, in the CN space, and JP space. So Enfield is still dropping, and eventually we'll hit the point where we will start to understand this is the constant usual number of players that are playing the game. And as long as Enfield feels that this number of players is sufficient for them to keep the game going and delivering content, then you can be more than happy and confident that you can just play the game happily as a player. But if Enfield feels that they're struggling, then they need to figure out how to pick it up and incentivize more people to still play the game. So, yeah. Genshin's the luckiest game ever. I've once said before, if I make a video, like a video essay that says Genshin is successful because of luck, will people hate me for saying that? Any Genshin White Knights will feel that I'm speaking false information. If they do, I think, aren't they kind of dumb? Like, when I say that they're lucky, I don't mean that as a bad thing. I need to, when I describe it, I'm not gonna describe it like as if they're lucky and therefore it's a bad game. Because I genuinely do respect Genshin as a game. Like, I think Genshin was an important game for the gaming industry, but I do think that it drove the gaming industry in the wrong direction. Like, I think it was a good model to learn from, but it was not a model to copy. The most annoying thing about Genshin is people thought to copy them. And I think that's not the way to make games. Because it means every game will feel samey, and then what's the point? It's more so learn what they do well, but still figure out how to make unique games. That's like the point of the video that I would make. But like, in any case, like, Genshin really had COVID luck. You don't understand the COVID luck argument? Was Genshin the only game that came out at that time? No. Genshin was the only 3D open world gacha game that came out during COVID. That is the biggest point to note. There may have been other gacha games that released, but they were all 2D. Genshin was revolutionary because everyone was surprised by the fact that you can play an open world gacha game for free. They're the first. Everyone was so mesmerized. Everyone's stuck at home, locked down. I need to play something. Look, Genshin Impact. I can download it for free. Whoa, I can explore a world. Looks like I'm playing Zelda that I watched some YouTubers play, but now I can play for free. So, yeah, it was just massive. Law, is it free? No. You can play the game without paying money. If you play the game by paying money, sucks to be you. You fell for it. You fell for all the future Hoyo slops that will be released. Oh fuck, I broke my pen. Hoyoverse is coming to get me. They hated what I said. My pen broke. Genshin's quality was revolutionary at that time. Genshin's quality was revolutionary for the fact that you can see such a giant-sized world in a mobile game. It was genuinely amazing. Just perfect recipe for success, really. So I want to make a video on that eventually. That I want to make it and I want to explain it in a way that even the biggest fanatics of Genshin can agree with me that I'm not trying to fucking beat their game down when I say that they're lucky. I think we all just need to accept that it was such an amazing phenomenon for them, and you can't take away their success. Just appreciate that it happened, and it's also the very reason why no game will ever be able to beat them anymore. Like, I've always thought every content creator out there calling a game a Genshin killer are damn dumb because it's just not realistic. Like, genuinely, the only way for us to replicate the success is time a certain other new game to be released when Hunter virus spreads across the entire world. I'm not saying that like as if I want that to happen, okay? Chill. We don't need COVID 2.0. Fuck. Now that I said it out loud, everyone's gonna clip it. If it happens, everyone's gonna clip it and say I was the one that started it. Pens broken by Hoyo Curse, indeed.
$1
Say goodbye to the pen.
By Hoyo Curse.
Okay, I'm graduating this year. The virus won't hit that fast. But yeah. Okay. In any case, though, I realized that we derailed like really hard, and we went into talking about the other games. In any case, I do feel that at least Enfield has reinstilled, I think, a lot of people's confidence in this game. I don't mean that as like 100%, but I at the very least feel that the finally tackling one of that many components of the game. Oh yes, I realized that I derailed hard from the idea that Enfield is honestly striving to be a game that can be meant for whatever type of players to play. So this was also described in a previous stream, the 1.3 live stream that we watched along just 2 days ago, where I state that if you watch the back part of the stream, they showcase the fact that in the future patch, they really want to overhaul the photo taking mechanic of the game. Like, they want you to not have restrictive poses. They want you to be able to control more camera angles and also fixate every operator instead of just, lining them up in a square or diamond. They let you position everyone individually and perhaps more filters and whatnot. Like, there is a team of people that they have over there that is also caring about the fact that, like, you need to know, most players do not care exactly about the cosmetical part of the game or like the beauty part of the game. But there is a category of players who are like that. The thing that I'm so impressed by when watching the stream was the fact that they're saying they want to do something for those players. Like, you're sounding negative, but who cares about photos? They're focusing on wrong things. Japan fucking love photos. They dig for that. They're like the biggest people who loves that the most. But some global players do, and some CN players do as well. So you see, you don't care about photos, but this is the thing that I find very impressive about Enfield. They're literally trying to cater to every little category of player. And I think that's just amazing that they do that. Like, all the QLs that they did with the whole upgrading of the essences, better checks, gear artifice being in bulk right now, like the legit listening all the time. In a sense, like, you know how Steam has a love for the players award or something that they tend to give away every year. There's a little part of me that feels like Enfield is trying to be that, the probably of all the gacha games that I am following and seeing their news, they are certainly the one that is looking at their community the most. And I think that's something that you all have to, like, to me, like, we have to be appreciative about. Labor of Love, thank you. That's the name of the award. So, just pretty glad that they're able to pull that off. And I just hope that they're consistent, that it's not a one-off thing. It's definitely not one-off. We're seeing that from patch to patch all the time. And just keep doing that. You think Hypergrave knew that Enfield's strength is the game's stunning visual design? I think Enfield has genuinely a lot of strengths. It's the way I want to describe Enfield right now is Enfield is a jack of all trades, but master of none. Would you all agree? Like, I think it's a jack of all trades to a lot of different aspects of this game, but they are just not amazing at anything yet. Like, when I say that, I'm saying, like, story writing, it's okay. It's just okay. Some parts it just falls flat. But okay, they show they can write. Combat, okay, Umbriel some stages looks interesting. That's about it. World design is probably design is probably the only thing that they mastered. Oh, yes, this makes me want to complain about something. Why are AK players constantly saying that Enfield characters don't feel like AK? What made them feel that way? I was seeing not one, but like 3 Twitter threads from different people who described the idol girl that appeared in the stream doesn't feel like an AK character. And I'm like, bro, I legit screamed Haruka when I saw the video. But it's not Haruka. Like, do these people just have a hate for 2D or something? I don't understand why people keep feeling that the character designs or the game design like don't have AK. It doesn't fit. To you, she doesn't fit into the current Enfield. I don't mind that she doesn't fit into the current Enfield. In fact, it's the fact that she doesn't feel like a regular Enfield character that makes me very fascinated that that's what they're trying to do. Like, they instantly made me very curious what is her role in the game. You need to know that Enfield is going to house every type of personality character that you've seen in AK. Yeah, AK has every random person in the world. You got business people, you got retirees, unemployment, you have idols, you have cooks, you have people who are constantly depressed. Like you're gonna get everything. That's what AK is about. So like Enfield's doing it. And the fact that Enfield's introducing the randomness of characters instead of templating gives me the bigger vibe that the being very AK. No black people, dark skinned people, bro. I'm telling you, when Thorn's Reconvener enter Enfield, it'll be the biggest fucking gacha revenue in history. Hands down, bro. I'm calling it. Thorns is going to be that powerful if he's a Reconvener. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, wait. How can you say no dark skin characters when you got Arknight? What the fuck? I mean, it's on me that I forgot when I answered you. But like, what the frick? We have one of the prettiest dark skin characters in the game. I'm a big Arknight fan. Alash too? Some people might not say so, but it depends. Yeah. It's wild that we've never seen M3 again after the start of the game. M3 feels like closure. Like I know M3 is like the, spin-off of Keltsit, but M3's personality in Enfield feels very closer to closure than it is to Keltsit. And if you think of it that way, we also barely see closure in AK. At least in the early part. I know people are saying M3 is monster, but I'm saying M3's personality in Enfield doesn't feel like monster or Keltsit. Her personality feels very like hybrid of. I mean, it's up to you to think if it's a hybrid of monster or Keltsit and closure. Like she's definitely more closure oriented than she is Keltsit oriented. You know what I mean? So yeah. Um, let me see. Anything else that I need to discuss with the state of the game? Okay, I think I'm kind of done with my little bantering time. I took 2 hours. Ah, a good, almost perfect 2 hours to just boom 1.3. This is what I think. Weapon limitation. Okay, yeah, Q&A. No, you know what? Wait. How do I Q&A? Should we set up a Discord? Wait. I think it's easier if I do a Discord. Because if you guys just spam my chat, I'm not gonna have a good time. Wait Let me create a space. Did I not do a Q&A page the last time? I guess not. Okay, then let me just create one. Okay. Oh fuck. Ah, okay. Can you all assess it? Can you all type in? I created a new Discord channel. If y'all want to join my Discord, can someone put the Discord link on my YouTube chat? The YouTube chat is in. YouTube stream is in the description, I think. Twitch, you can type like exclamation mark Discord. You'll see it if you want it. Can you all send questions in that channel? Oh, no permissions. Okay, let me see. Sorry. I very young. You're bear with me. I'm actually 66 years old. Okay. I think you all can send now. It's hot lah. Aye. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do now is let's do a Q&A. Once I'm done with the Q&A, let's talk about the contingency contract risk, which when we get there, spoiler territory. If you don't want to see the risk, then you don't watch that part. That's after the Q&A. Okay? So we're gonna do that, and then yeah. Can I give entropy mod? I should give entropy mod, but I will do that soon. Can I just mod him now? How do I mod him? Yeah, there you go. He's got it now. Okay. I'm going to open up Discord. I need to be safe when opening up Discord. I need to make sure you aren't seeing the entire world. Choto. Okay. Repeat one more time. Let's do this giant question and answer. Then let's talk about CC. Once I'm done talking about CC, I'm gonna play Enfield. I need to fix my base. My base is dead. I need to play AIC. It's probably the last time I need to fix my AIC. Okay. Not the last. As in the last for the next patch, because I don't think I need to fix it in the next patch. Ooh. Holy shit. How do I feel about the daily mode? Okay, let's start. Daily loop. Do you think the new combat in the new map? Wait Wow, I think you need to ask more questions. Then I will be able to see. Because it's gonna fly up. Okay. I'm gonna start from the first question. How do you feel about the daily loop? Do you think the new combat in the new map will be a good addition? Or will players see it as a chore? Dumb players will see it as a chore. Less dumb players will appreciate it for 3 days and get bored of it. Dumb players who thinks that you have to get every little stock builds as possible will think, oh shit, another annoying thing I gotta play, like depot node and environment monitoring. For the people who wants to play it just for the fun of it, they'll probably like it for like a day or two, and then after that they'll probably not like it anymore. Because I think it has some problems. Like, it's not as replayable as you think. It's not that deep of a game mode after all. But it is better than Ash Space. But it's still not that deep, in my opinion. So, yeah. Do I think they'll revamp Ash Space Salvage anytime soon? Nope. And because it's a nope, I think it's stupid that they won't be revamping it. If they revamp it, I'll be surprised. I have suggestions on how to revamp it to make it actually a good replayable mode, but I don't think they will. for the time being. Not in the next 3 to 6 months, I think. Because I think now they're just exploring on like bigger other game modes that they think people will contribute to. How long is CC duration? Okay, I'm just gonna tell you what I think I was told, okay? If I'm saying wrong info, it's not on me. I'm telling you info that I kind of got from then. CC is 7 weeks. But it starts 1 week before the Camille banner. So I have a feeling that basically, I think what they're trying. Okay, I think I can stop auto scroll now. So yeah, okay, that's gonna be good. So I think CC is 7 weeks, and I think it's gonna roll over into 1.4. So it's not the first event that we had a rollover. You know how we had the survival training event, the one where you threw infinite bombs at the enemy? That one lasted like the duration of a patch, but it started halfway in one patch and then it rolled into the other patch, right? I think CC is going to do the same thing. That it's going to start in the middle of the patch and then it's going to roll into the next. The good thing about this is that it means that Mifu, Camille, and then one more new unit is playable during the CC. So you don't just get to test Camille in this CC, there's one more new unit that you get to try for the game mode. However, the reason why it's 7 weeks is one, I think they don't want to make it so stressful for people to get the max risk and whatnot. They want people to chill, have fun, experiment, and play the game mode because they're definitely gonna ask for a lot of feedback for this game mode on how to improve and everything. Then, what I was also told is that the week 1 you won't see all the risk, but by week 2 you will see all the risk playable. So you can do a week 1 max risk, but the true max risk is doable from week 2 onwards. However, the difference is that you know how in regular Arknights you have the mission tags that you can like combine to get like mission rewards. Basically what they did is there's a new mission every week. So they will try to combine some of the various tags to create a thematic mission for the people who don't, chase for max risk, and instead they just have been doing risk 20 and they want to make people do it. So it's going to be a weekly mission. So there's 7 weekly missions. There's no daily map. They didn't do daily map for this CC. Did they do daily map when they did CC beta? Do you all remember? I don't remember if CC beta had daily map. If it did, then cool. But too bad, no daily map for this one. No lah, but daily map for 7-week rotation is crazy guys. If anything, it should be weekly map. But no, they're not doing that. In my video, there's a weekly... What's face mission? I actually don't know what the fuck face mission was. All I know is the face mission was giving you a cosmetic. I think it's the number of risks that you clear. Like, face mission is about... You know how there's the first clear reward? It counts the number of first clear rewards that you get. I think that's what it's counting. I couldn't tell because there was when I played it, I didn't see a text and I couldn't be bothered to ask the devs what the hell it was. But it gives you the cosmetic of the event. So I think it's not that bad. I believe it's the first clear risk. So if you complete 20, it's risk 20, but it's not total risk. It's like total risk tried. Do you understand what I mean? That's I think what the face mission is doing. So basically, just experience every risk, and then you get the rewards are not that hard to get. Really, it's damn easy. I'll go more in depth when we talk about CC later. Do you think they should remove weapon banner classes to allow characters to have more unique weapons and combat without being tied to an existing weapon type? Remove weapon banners and classes so that you mean to say that they can get other weapons, not just like wield a great sword, but also wield a sword at the same time? Okay, here's the thing. I have another hot take. I much prefer Enfield's weapon banner compared to the other games. That's not to say that I support weapon banners, but it's too bad because the game already has weapon banners. But I do think that the whole Ouroboros into Arsenal ticket thing is still so finicky that it's like, I think it's good, but at the same time, it doesn't feel good. Like, my brain says I think it's good, and then my heart says I don't feel good type of system. But the weapon banners, I feel, are good because most of the players in the community right now think that the signature weapons are the best weapons. I just need to mention that in certain situations, the signature weapons is not the best weapon. And this CC may be the very one time that happens. Like this CC, if you're going for max risk, certain signature weapons are actually not good for this CC. Because you will not trigger the weapons bonus. So, the thing that I appreciate about the weapon design that they go for in this game is there's a good variety. Like, switching, you do not default weapons in this game. You actually do switch. So that means that collecting off banners in this game, quite like how you collect off banners in AK, doesn't feel that bad. If you understand how the off banners work, they're pretty freaking good. So that part, for me, makes me feel that weapon banners are actually more fun. Like, the reason why I like AK gacha is because AK gacha off banners feels good. So I don't think people in this, like, players from other games, or even players who purely play Enfield, I think most of you still have the vibe that when you lose on the banner, it's a bad thing. Like, when you lose your 2575, you feel shit because you didn't get the signature, right? But I, from the very start of the game, never felt that way, because when I read the off-banner stuff, I'm like, actually, this is insane for this guy. This is also insane for this guy. And then this thing is a literal good alternative to the character you're pulling for. Like, it's not even like an 80-90%. Some of these are like, if I had a team like this, I'd rather not use the signature. So, I don't think they have to remove it. They can't remove it anyways. Like, realistically, ask yourself, how the fuck are they gonna remove it? They already added it to the game. This is fundamental. This is where the money is coming from. If anything, that I feel they need to do is make it more interesting. There's not enough off-banner weapons now. They're updating the off-banner weapons very slowly, and that irritates me. I need them to improve on the weapon roster. Like, it's good that they had the off-banner first, but now it's just starting to bloat of signature. So I just need them to, like, you know, like how they introduce new gear sets? I also want them to, like, patch to patch once in a while, add some new, you know, like one weapon of each class to spice it up. That's my answer to the weapon. Why do you make it a point about views on the stream? 1.2 stream had 300k views, but the version trailer has 3 million. Okay, I'm not that view sensitive, but yet at the same time, we cannot be so, how to say, we can't be so, what's the word for this? I cannot think of the word for this. I cannot think of the word for this. We can't be so dense to think that views don't matter or ignorant. Like, views is still a measurement at the end of the day. Like, you shouldn't think too much about it, but it still says something. So when you say that the version trailer has 3 million views, why do you think it has 3 million views? It's because the ads. Like, if you guys don't have YouTube Premium, you go into YouTube videos, do you get Enfield ads? You do, right? They don't add the stream, they add the trailer. So when you see 1 million, 3 million, they're very likely not the real viewership. When you see that a 1.2 stream has 300k views, this is a more legitimate number. This is the number of people who care enough to one, either watch the live stream in person or watch the live stream after it happened. Maybe because they weren't free to watch it live. These are real viewers. These are real numbers. So that presents to you how many people actually care about the game. Either care about the game because they're playing, or just like, touristing mode and just wanting to see if the game got better, so they watch the stream, and then if they don't like it, they come back next stream. You know what I mean? So like personally, even in my own YouTube channel, I don't get sensitive about views, but I have to understand that when I get a video that has 1,000 views versus a video that has 10,000 views, it paints me a picture of what people are interested to watch or what is being recommended to people. You still gotta accept that it means something. And once you understand what it means, then what would you do about it? What do I think of a possible roguelike mode where you start with level 1, gain weapons and operator from time to time, like have a Slay the Spire type map? I've never played Slay the Spire, so I do not know what that means. I've seen Slay the Spire, but I've never... Okay, no. I get what you mean though. Slay the Spire, you start at level 1, then you go through the dungeons and then you level up. And then you get weapons to pick up, like new cards that you can use. It's alright. I just don't know how they will really execute it and whether it'll be fun in the way they execute it. Yeah, I know you choose the paths and everything. You choose the paths and then you fight the person. If you fight the person, you gain the EXP. You might gain a buff that you get to use, quite like a roguelike mode. It's not quite like HSR Simulator and Diversion Universe, because that one you start with your characters fully built. But this one is like you actually level up along the way. Quite like IS as well. Like IS, you start with like an E1 unit, your game modes level increase, and then you get more rewards. I mean, I'm sure that's on their mind lah, like some kind of roguelike mode. It's a matter of it's going to happen. It's just when. When will we see that happen? Just give it time. When will we ever see a new type of weapon? Mifu not having a fist type weapon has killed all your expectations of the game in the future. I don't think you have to feel so shit though. I was reviewing Mifu's kits, and Mifu's auto attack and skills have moments where she keeps her great sword and she goes into the gauntlet mode. If you all didn't know or you all didn't observe, so it's not like they didn't animate a gauntlet. They did actually animate the gauntlet, and I think it's pretty cool that they did. But of course, it's a pity that they didn't introduce like a whole new weapon type. I don't think it kills my expectations and whatnot. I feel like Enfield will do something about the weapon and character eventually in the future, is my opinion. You know how AK has a thing where they introduce new sub-branches because we have 8 classes in the game, and then those 8 classes introduces new sub-branches. Like, for example, recently enough, we got the Sky Ranger, the units that can fly up the sky, and they are specialists. Then you have the Ritualists, you have the Primal Defenders. Like, that's their way of making the roster a little bit more interesting and making it spicy to look at. So, do I think that they will introduce new weapons? I'm pretty certain that that's on their mind. But the thing is about, what's the value for them to add new weapon now? Is it just to, look pretty to people's eyes? Is there like a practical reason to go for a new weapon type of thing? And then if they do a new weapon, they have to introduce like alternative ones as well for people to pull for, and they might bloat the pool, that kind of thing. Like, I'm quite sure there's some gacha decisions to introducing a new weapon as well that I'm not very certain of. Like, I don't have the ability to really picture what they have to think about when introducing a new weapon. But I do think that's something they need to like discuss in their team, and it's not something they can immediately add and as if it wouldn't affect the game state. Like, I'm with you in the sense that I wish they did a new weapon, but just wait it out, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they introduce a new weapon, you are forced to pull that new type of weapon. The problem with them forcing you to pull that new type of weapon is that character for that moment is the only character that uses that weapon. Like you see how in the we got Rossi, right? And Rossi's got the weapon that is Lupin Scarlet. And then there was Glorious Memory. There was the Battle Pass. The benefit about the Battle Pass weapon being a sword was that that Glorious Memory sword can be used for Chen as a result. The problem with them introducing a new weapon type is they introduce a new signature weapon and perhaps one alternative weapon. What's the point of the alternative weapon if nobody else in the game can wear it right now? So there's a very conscious decision of like, there needs to be a purpose of why they get the new weapon. And like, can players feel ready and not affected by this new introduction? A bit out of the question scope. Do you think Arknights Enfield will introduce other upscaling stuff for people with older hardware? Depends how old though. But if you feel like what you have is not that old, you could feedback and see if they are bothering to do so. Because, okay, I think I said this to Slav when we were finishing our discussion 2 days ago, that Hypergraph as a company, it sounds very scary when I say this, because it might be scary. Maybe they're eating in our privacy and spying on all of us for all we know. But they are truthfully a very data-oriented company. Like, they do genuinely keep track of what every player is doing. They do that in AK and they do that in Enfield as well. That like little actions are recorded from time to time, and they use that to study how to make the game better. So your hardware is also recorded. The thing about introducing things that help people with weaker hardware is they need to also see the priorities. Like if there's just too small of a percentage of players that have that older hardware, is there value for them to take time and money to introduce that into the game, to code that into the game? Right? Like if they don't think that there is, you can't fault them because they have their priority set for like the bigger population of players that perhaps own like a 1050 to 1080 card, graphics card, for example, or like people who are all using a certain specific budget phone. Like I'm quite sure that they optimize the game specifically for the most appearing hardware on both mobile and PC. So it's not very easy for you to like say, hey, can you help my PC if you're not part of that general public, because it's just a conscious business decision. Okay. Is next patch going to be 7 weeks or 5 weeks? I think next patch is 5. I think it's gonna be 5, but I have no confirmation. I think it's gonna be 5 where you get Mifu and Camille, and then it's basically the Tang Tang batch. Like you know the Tang Tang and Rossi where we only had Timbo Socket. I think it's that size. But the thing is, CC is gonna roll over into the next patch. So like I answered the previous question just now, the whatever is the next character after Camille is going to be playable in CC. That's about it. That's my guess, okay? I'm not gonna be happy with 7, because that means it'll be very dry. But if it's 7, I also can't complain. I think it's 5. Will I make a guide on explaining the mechanism of this CC and how to choose risk? I will. I will bring back my guide making genes and do something about that. I want to do risk 20 with a very, very easy to access team where you don't need any gacha pools. I'm very confident you can do risk 20 with a variety of teams that barely needs you to get specific 6 stars and 5 stars. I'm gonna review the risk with you guys after we done this Q&A, but I just need to just know that if you don't care about max risk, I genuinely think Estella is gonna be popular. You will understand why when we review the risk later, but Estella might be a popular like risk 20 get all rewards character, in my opinion. But if you don't want to build Estella, I'm fairly certain as well that the classic free operators where it's like Perlica, Wolfguard, Chen, and Enmin and Adelia, like if you make a team out of them, you're definitely gonna clear risk 20. It's just a matter of what risk you take and how you play it. Cookie, do you think we need more weapon variety? I answered to you, right? I mean, it's a similar question to the top. So, yeah. Do you think AK Original had something special to it that is more than just 2D? Is there other unique aspects of the original that made it a success? I think the community interaction made it a success. No AK content creator in the global space has ever said this or made a video about this, genuinely. Not Kilston V, not Ekagen, not any big names that you can know. But if we think back to 2019 and why Arknights blew up so freaking hard in China, I feel like it's because in that very first year, Hyperglyph, and in every year consistently, took so much effort to connect with their players. We don't feel it because we are not under Hyperglyph as an AK global player. We are under Yostar. And as we've always done month on month, we always say that Yostar isn't very nice to us. But if you all actually look back at how Hyperglyph updates and tell players what's going on, like maybe in the same way as Enfield, although I think AK felt it more than Enfield, they are a very present company. Like they are very transparent with what's going to happen in the game. They'll tell people there's going to be this upcoming event that you can expect. Maybe predict what operators we're going to do or like what area we're going to visit. They're very open to tell people like what rewards they're going to get. And then one of the best parts also is that when players make memes and fan-made videos and fan-made animations, the developers are also in on it. Like they would repost these people, they would interact with these people. So when you play like a game and you feel that the developers are there to be with you, it really helps you to feel like this is a game that you want to play. So I like I think other global content creators of Enfield don't understand just how truthfully influential Low Light, like the guy that you see in all the Enfield streams, really is as a dev compared to like the devs that they're seeing for Wuwa or Hoyoverse. Like he is arguably the most present developer. Yeah, like you need to know that Low Light is legit like he's the head of the game, but he also behaves like a regular player at times because he's very active on social media. Like people add his Steam account, people add his like Bilibili account, and people see what games he's playing while he's in his free time. You know, so he's reposting people as well. He's replying to people as well. When people joke with him online, he replies back. Like he doesn't like ghost them. So I think that's probably the most unique aspect about the original Arknights that I'll say why it's so successful for AK. That their love for the community is the biggest thing that made it grow. It also helps with the fact that then AK released good game modes like contingency contract and integrated strategies that it really encourages way more community interaction. Like imagine when the developers released the first CC and people started sharing they cleared this risk and that risk, and the developers are there like clapping for them and supporting them and like loving the fact that they did such a new record with whatever teams. Like it just makes people feel good. So I've always complained this across the board in every year that Arknights Global feels like shit because we're like a abandoned child. We're an abandoned child since the game started. We don't get the community treatment that CN has experienced. Arguably, JP as well. But the difference between JP and EN is that JP players are generally more nice and communicative with each other. Like JP players are also chronically online, but they're the chronically online people that's more kind and like listening. But then EN players are fucking rude. They're like toxic chat, you know? Everyone is in the C server chat. Putang! Bodo! Like, everyone's just scolding each other. You stupid! Why you play Wizardell? Hey, why you can't play this unit? All that kind of thing. Like, everyone bashes each other's gameplay. There's no love for each other. But JP players just like, oh my god! You pull this character, so cool! And all that kind of thing. Yay, I'm happy you got pot 3. Like, EN community from the very start and every single year after has been pretty toxic. Like if you ask a person that doesn't play AK, some people might tell you that they feel that AK has a nasty community. And I don't fault them for that because they saw the nasty side of the AK community. That is, there are just some people out there that just aren't nice. They just bash everyone. So it's very much the reason why I just feel like the success of AK Global and AK China is such a world of difference. But that's pretty much what it is. Hopefully that's a good answer for you to listen to. Like it might not be an answer you expected, but I genuinely think that's why AK popped off and stayed such a giant game. Like, also another thing is that EN content creators, when they do like, you know, the revenue wars, I always love to see like back then when Tectone would look at the revenue or some other people as well, then they would look at AK and they're like, why is AK second place? Why is AK third place? And then they'll slander the shit out of AK to their viewers, saying that, oh, AK wasn't that much of a good game to them. But like, they've never properly reasoned to their viewers just how fucking popular the game is in China. So, yeah. What risk combo do I think is the worst in this CC without counting the timer tag? Maybe I answer the question later? Yeah. Will Enfield introduce more male characters? What do you think? Do I have to answer this question? Genuinely though, I think this question is rhetorical, no? Cause like, just look at AK now lah. How many male characters have we got? I don't know. Oh yeah. This one is fascinating. Twitter thread. Also, again, Twitter threads sometimes bewilder me. There's people from other games trying Enfield, and then I saw them complaining how I saw this thread that says, I heard that AK is one of the best male to female ratio, but when I play Enfield, I don't see it. Number one, the game fucking just started. That was the point of comparison. And there's very few characters in Enfield because it's a 3D game. But number two, it's like, maybe you try AK instead of Enfield, since, you know, people are talking about AK having a good male to female ratio, and not Enfield in specific. But will they introduce more male? I would say yes, they will. But I wonder what their pace will be. Yeah. I want to see a muscular guy. That will be a different take. Like, I'm okay with Camille being released, but I want to see their take on like a much more hunkier person. Because we don't get much beautiful, hunky people in the other 3D gacha games. And we know that they've done that in AK. So if they can do that in the 3D model for Enfield, I'm sure it targets a very good audience for people. So yeah, Randy's not pullable. What are you talking about? Yeah. Opinions on Fial. Thought they removed him from release, but if they bring it back, maybe even more improved. I'm quite sure they didn't scrap the model, guys. Like, it's such a waste of money to scrap the model or like the idea of the person. I think it's just you'll see him in a future story, not now. Guys, you guys are hyping Fial so much that it's going to pseudo spike up the banner revenue for Fial when none of you know who Fial is. All you know is he's a cat boy that's a doctor. Yeah, his design wasn't that insane compared to some of the characters now, but like, I mean, they will definitely improve it. It's just, I'm certain they didn't scrap him as a character. They will bring him back somehow. What are the rewards for the things that you buy in CC? Watch my video. Watch my video. Are there any risks that manipulate, change the mechanic of enemies' behavior? Yes. We'll find out later when we look at the risks. I'll say yes, but it's not character specific. It's a general risk. Do you think AIC Factory needs mirror flip? Yeah, I want mirror flip. I asked for that option. No, I don't want rotate. I want flip. Have you not seen me make the AIC base? I'm gonna do it later. Like, I think both 1.0 and 1.1, I was like, guys, I need to flip. I can't flip. I'm manually flipping this shit. Do I think vertical logistics is needed? Okay. Hyperglyph is definitely listening. Okay, when people feedback vertical stuff, I'm sure they saw the feedback, and I'm sure someone in their team is like racking their brains and thinking, how do we make this happen easily? It's just a matter of time. It's not going to happen in Wuling. I'm quite sure that if they do it, it's going to be a region-specific thing. But give it time. Give it time. Okay. Maybe not 1.3. I mentioned a stream on how Enfield was the game that AK devs originally wanted. Yep. Or something like that. Could I talk more about it? Oh, talk more about the fact that Enfield is the game that AK originally wanted. I can't say that they definitely wanted like a 3D game and whatnot. It's just more so that I think, you know how Lowlight loves Destiny too? And Lowlight is the head of the game. I just feel that they probably long conceptualized the idea of this whole Originium and AK and the idea that this is an entity that exists in space. You know? So, the interesting thing is that I believe Lowlight's portfolio of games that he plays isn't so much in like tower defense. In fact, his favorite games are all 3D titles. Like, he loves Final Fantasy, he loves Monster Hunter, he loves Destiny 2. So he's always perhaps wanted to like do a 3D game for himself. But at the time when he created the company for Hyperglyph, like, there's just no budget. There's no way he was gonna achieve to make a 3D game without having like giant investor pocket money. But that's not very easy to convince when he doesn't have that much of a portfolio to prove to people that he can deliver on a big, good 3D game. So, like, I'm not saying that they conceptualized Enfield since 2018 type of thing. I just feel that in the case of Lowlight, it's probably always at the back of his mind that he wanted to create a 3D action title game. It's this, when you think about the fact that that's probably the kind of person that Lowlight is, that's perhaps his vision of the game. It's the very reason why I argued, like, to the blood and sweat and tears with Tobo. Because Tobo argues in his video a lot that he argues that the devs are moving away from the original vision of the game. But I've constantly replied him, who the fuck are you to judge what their vision is? Like, he feels that the technical test means that it's an original vision, but we're not Lowlight. Like, for him to say that it's not the dev's vision feels like a disrespect to the person who wants to create the game he wants in the first place. Which is the very reason why I'm so pissed with him. Like, he needs to understand that at the end of the day, this game is very much formulated behind by one, if not perhaps a team of people that has their own final view of what they wish this game can be for people. So, like, that's why I've always been pissed at him for every video he made, including the final video he made, because he still perpetuated the idea that the developers lost the plot. But like, again, you're not them. It's so rude to say they lost the plot. Hypergriff has long been a crew of people, I feel, that makes their games out of passion and not so much out of business. And that's something that I can still feel happy about, that such a crew of people can exist. I'm not saying that they're like a rare singular flower in a grassland type of thing, because I think there are many other indie gamers that are like that are making games that they themselves really want to do. But of course, there's also in a sea of like giant AA title corporations that just builds a game, doesn't redefine anything, and expect people to eat up something that looks fascinating but ends up playing boring. So, yeah. Okay. What? Hold on. Bro is insane beef with Turbo. Um, I don't deny. I don't hate him as a person. I think he can be I think he can be an amazing person, but he's not. I have faith that he has a heart. That's all I can say. Thoughts about a hard timer for CC instead of other mechanics? Oh, no, I'm okay with timer. Um, don't I have a human heart? Yes, I hope. Okay, wait. I was okay with them doing a timer because I kind of feel like Enfield shouldn't be a game that promotes permastall. Because I don't disagree that if permastall is just a thing, you're gonna see a 1 hour run. But I am on the basis to say I don't think a 1 hour run is impressive in the context of an action combat game. I'm okay with them doing the 10-minute as the benchmark. So yeah, I didn't get the reference. Oh, I didn't get the reference. I know what the reference of the human heart is. Yeah. And then what's worse is that if you let permastall be a thing, you're gonna see people do level 1 operators 24-hour CC, max risk. Like literal no damage, they're just clicking for 24 hours. I don't want someone to sit through that. Like if they didn't put that limit, there's people out there who's gonna be that fanatical. They're gonna go that insane. I know some of you might, but let's not do that. I like that they did the 10 minutes. I think it's at least set at something that's human. We will find out if 10 minutes is too low. That's something I'm not sure of. But if 10 minutes is too low, maybe they'll do like a 12, like a 15. But I don't think it'll go any higher than like a 20. Because the problem also is that when you set the timer very high, it gives casual players the perception that they need to spend that amount of time in the stage. Like, on a sweat standpoint, 10 minutes makes it feel like you're bounded, like you cannot have your own creative input. But on a casual viewer's, like a casual player standpoint, when they see 10 minutes, their brain goes, oh, I only need to spend 10 minutes in this run. You know what I mean? So like if the timer didn't say 10, but the timer said 20, the casual player will be thinking to themselves, oh my god, I need to be here for 20 minutes. If I fail, I have to spend another 20 minutes. You know what I mean to say? Like, you need to think of the both players' perspective. Some of you wish you had unlimited time, But the people who want to get this done and over with don't want to see a timer that says 30 minutes. Like, no, I'm not gonna play for 30 minutes, bro. You get what I mean? So I was fine with them doing a timer, and I was more than happy that they did a timer risk. Because I think that will differentiate the skill set of players. So I'm fine. And like I described in my recent video, the timer risk feels like the squad and deployment limit risk of AK. They're the ones that's really gonna bind people to the max risk. But what I'm gonna be interested to look out for is, one, can people actually break that 5-minute timer? And then the other thing that I wonder is, will people be able to, like, even if they don't break the 5-minute timer, if they chose that risk, what's the highest max risk they can go? On one hand, you're gonna get like maybe risk 49, no timer. But on the other, can we see risk 40 max timer? You get what I mean? I think that's still impressive if people did that. Okay. How do I feel about team building as a whole? You think it's only get better over time with new operators, but you're worried so far about the lack of new lower rarity, making it difficult to expand your team building capabilities. On one hand, I agree. On the other, my reply is, have you tried every operator? Do you think you've genuinely tried every team possible? You all can go to my YouTube channel, search my gameplay of Umbral Monument. Don't have to be the live stream. I uploaded some videos before. See some of the teams that I played. Do you understand why my teams that I played work? Like, I'm gonna show you one of the teams that I showed on stream before, and it's a team that I think if you don't watch this video, you'll never know it exists. And even if you watched it, like, do you know why I did it? So it's let me try to find it. This one. So this was the hill smasher. This was the firework guy. Oh, oops. This is my entire Discord server. Hey, this is the firework guy. So I used Snowshine, Tang Tang, Gilberta, and Levitine. Does it make sense, right? I cleared the stage with this. But the thing is, do you know why it worked? This team gave me ease to clear the stage. This was the stage where it spams heat infliction. No, but you see, I'm not using a Levitine team, right? This isn't your classic Levitine, Wolfguard, Akekuri team. Wolfguard and Akekuri are not here. I'm literally doing solo Levitine. And I can still use her out, I can still procure her skill. It's like, do you understand how your units actually work? And when you understand them, you end up doing very different teams. Of course, like, my other teams are more standard. Like, this is the standard Evon team. But this team was weird. You know. So, my sort of reply to this thing is, you might say that there's too little units, but I kind of want to respond as, do you truthfully know how your units work? Like, if you watch my live streams on the previous versions as well, I was showing off to people how Tang Tang can work with Fang Yi. And I was also showing people how Tang Tang can work in a heat team. Well, in fact, I did that for the Slime Umbral Monument. So in the Slime Umbral Monument, I know some of you saw like uh the solo Ardelia video, but when I was attempting that, I mean, I didn't go for the solo Ardelia. Instead, I went for this. Ooh, ooh, hi. So remember this stage? By the way, wait. I need to do a check. Have you cleared this stage? Did some of you leave this stage alone? Because I heard from the community some people have not cleared this stage and they decided to give up. I mean, if you cleared it, that's fine. I'm more curious. I mean, Ona, who said no? Yeah, but anyways, look at the team. Is this a team that a YouTuber will tell you to play? Tang Tang, Adelia, Ember, Levantine. But hey guys, you need to know I play not with level 90 team. If you play with level 90 team, it's gonna feel easy. I was playing this with level 70. FYI. So yeah, the whole point of this team was survivability. It wasn't about damage. I basically use Ember as a shielder and Adelia as a healer. And Tang Tang and Levantine are basically boosting each other. Yeah, I used Levantine's passive to survive the stage. I mean, you can kind of watch the clear. If I can even find the clear. I know I felt so good when I actually defeated it. We should relive the final moments again. Can you hear it? Bro, my heart was racing. I ended the stage with you see how like legit everyone was like dying. Oh, I swapped out Adelia for Wolfguard because I wanted an easier applicator. But yeah, notice how I used Ember, Tang Tang, Wolfguard, and Levantine. Everyone's low HP. I used Levantine's talent. Levantine is healing. Final explosion. Tang Tang and Wolfguard's down. But Levantine lasts alive. I win. So, my point being, I think take the time to explore your teams. Still. So, yeah, that's my answer. I don't think they need to add more operators yet. And it's actually also, let CC test your team building skills. Because CC will. Do you think we will get skins for characters? Are you subscribed to my channel? Legitimate question. You guys watching right now. I'm not saying this to him, I'm saying this to you. You who's listening, audio listeners, are you subscribed to the channel? Do you have notifications on? Are you in? Hello? Hello? We're 3 months into playing Enfield, and I think this is a mate. You're not real. Guys, I post a lot of videos. Come on. You can keep up. I'm sure you can. You like the cut? It's not a cut. I'm gonna perform magic trick again. It's not a freaking cut. How do you get a haircut in... Okay, you can get a haircut in 5 seconds. Bruh. Balding in real time. What's this question? Will they ever add creatable platforms and make a jumping puzzle game mode? I want them. Okay, this is a thing that I would love if they can do. I would appreciate if Enfield can give me a parkour map. I want them to give me a full-on platformer nightmare game mode. Please. I'm willing to mull. Just like, you know how there's all the rage games, the ones where you keep climbing up and up and up. I feel like Enfield can do it. Do that. Do a troll, like climb up to the highest point, and if you fall down, you fall all the way down. That would be masochist and masochistic, and I think that would be great. They testing the game mode. I don't know. I don't think that game mode is platformer. I think that game mode is really just for fun, but we'll see. Did they say they do it for Netflix? No, guys. That's not what I mean. I'll tell you what I mean by platformer. Okay, this is what I'm inspired by when I say platformer. I want to maul. I need this. Bring me back random MMO that has random platforms, and if I fail, I go down and restart. It's 2D, yeah, now make it 3D. Please. You'll punch your monitor if you ever played this. I'll be so glad. It's a challenge I'm willing to take, and I'm okay if I take like 3 days to do this. Alright. Okay, enough. You don't have to do it, just play for fun. Oh, did I miss something? You thought CC should be an endgame content forever and refresh every season. What happens after 7 weeks? It stops, goes back to the drawing board, they come up with a new season, and have new enemies and new challenges for you to play. That's what it is. I mean, I hope you're asking that as a non-AK player. That's my answer. As in, that's the thing! Why is endgame mode? Well, okay, it depends, okay? Some endgame mode in AK is forever, but they update. Endgame modes in the other games like don't update. They're like games that paints themselves as endgame, but actually you're just doing the same shit all over every single time. Like, it should be refreshing. It should always be showing stuff. So anyways, after the 7 weeks, they'll just not do it for a while, and then they'll probably take like 2, 3, 4 months to revamp and do another one. Like Umbral Monument happens every patch. Same thing. Contingency contract will probably won't happen every patch. It'll probably happen like either every 2 or 3 patch. Okay. Yeah. I'm not Cookie, but CC was never a permanent game. Okay, you answered him. Okay, you answered him. Thank you, chat. Do you believe the game will get really complex and huge in terms of content and what to do while the years pass by for a player that starts like 2 years after release? I strongly believe that if a player joins Enfield in 2 years, they are going to face the exact same overwhelming feeling that some of you new AK players are feeling. Like you guys joining AK after AK is released for more than 6 years, you get in the game, you click on every menu, you're like, what the flying hell is going on? I'm seeing screen after screen, a new game, new mechanics, new story. Holy shit, 400 enemies. Holy shit, this one makes me build a deck. Oh my god, this one makes me like play roguelike all of a sudden. Like, what the hell is going on? Do I think that's gonna happen in Enfield? Yes. Isn't that every game? I think that is every game. Yes, that's not to be denied. But I guess the question here is, will it be more complex than other games? Then my hedge bet is yes, it will. Do you think we will get enough 4 to 5 stars before getting overwhelmed by 6 until we have the first anniversary? I think we will still get more 6 stars than 5 stars in this game. But I strongly believe we are due for a 5 star soon. It's just how often do they want to update the 5 star? At once every 6 months? Is that good enough? I'm not sure. Can I share the timeline on when creators were given a test server, and do you think they have time to improve or reiterate on the changes? Oh, can I review? This one I don't know if I'm able to say anything, because I don't know what I'm allowed to say or what I'm not allowed to say. The only way I can say this is, I don't know how come a lot of people thought that we play tested the DC contract. Andy, I didn't. I didn't have a thing. But all I can say is, we were not play testers. As I read my comments for the YouTube video, and then I saw how some people said, like, oh, it's so nice that big creators are testing the game. They're not asking for my feedback. They're just asking me to make a video. I'm not a play tester. This Qbait video, Q was not called to be a play tester as well. We're just told to make a video. We can just make the video in like the way that we want. So it's not for us to play to make changes, in fact. If anything, the changes and the feedback is when you guys play. They're not concerned about us, they're concerned about you guys. So yeah. I didn't play it that much, you know. I stopped at risk 10. I was surprised when Q, he said that it's in the test server. Yeah, it's in the test server. It's in my test, like, yeah, I was playing in the test server. It doesn't mean we were play testers. That's not related. I just don't know how come Q chased higher risk so fast. I didn't bother, but he chose to do that. So, yeah. Yeah, it was a preview to make content. I will say this though, which I think some of you might have this sentiment when you saw the videos. If they ask me to show CC1, like if they ask me to show like the next season for whatever reason, I'm going to say no. For a very simple reason. I'm okay that they wanted to review the risk and everything in this CC, because I think what they are trying to do is to help. You can say it's nostalgia bait, okay? And fuck it, it worked. That they want to bait the AK players to see the risk and realize that they can design CC in the same way. To me, with this being the very first CC, where it's like a CC beta, I think it's perfectly fine that they do that. But when the future CCs happen, I genuinely hope that we do not get content creators to have early access. because I think the vibe that it gave some people when they watch is like when you see Kill did Risk 46, some of you might look at it and have the thought to yourself like, oh, if he did it, why must I do it? I can just wait for his guide. You know what I mean? Like he just showed he showed a team that supposedly works, right? Although I'm gonna just tell you this. His team works, but I don't think every one of you can play that team well. I'm just saying. I was very surprised that was the team he used for 46, and I don't think that team is very easy to use to do Risk 46. Yeah, and his team was full max port and full essence build, which is not realistic. Like, not everybody has that. So, for what it is though, I hope that in the future CCs, they don't do this like Risk teaser so that we can play CC like how we play in AK, such that whenever a new season appears, we see the teaser trailer, we see the Risk icons, we guess what's going to happen. When it finally drops on day one, we get shocked all together, play at the same time all together, cry, mow, generate new ideas, say what works, say what doesn't work. Like, I fear that this sneak peek makes the community involvement a little bit stunted than what it could be. So yeah, next time I just hope that it's better. Really. I've already actually dropped this advice to the organizers of this, like the managers of this, that I told them that I think it's fine that they did this only for this video. But I don't want them to do this in the next video. I just don't think it's healthy. I think this is the one exception that it's okay. Next time, no. Will power creep ever become a problem? Actually, we're too early in the game. We're like almost 4 months in. I'm gonna argue something. It won't happen. But let me explain it in the way that you can understand. There will be a stronger person than Levitine. There will be a stronger person than Fang Yi. There will be a stronger Yvonne. There will be a stronger every main DPS. But looking at how they design CC and think about how they design AK and RA, you have weaker units in general gameplay, but there will be specific content that allows older units to shine. I think that is the amazing thing that they have done in AK and they can be doing in Enfield. So here's the thing. What are the top 3 strongest operators right now in Enfield that people argue? Okay, some people argue Gilberta because of utility. But like in terms of damage, you have probably Levitine that people say is the strongest. And then people will say Fang Yi is also the strongest. You know. Oh, interesting that you guys are bringing up Tang Tang. And Rossi. No, you see, you guys are bringing up different names and not like a consistent trio. I would have thought that some of you will go for a consistent trio. But the thing is that different units operate very differently in this game. Honestly speaking, after I've read the Risk, the interesting thing is how this CC Risk has created an effect where certain operators that are usually very strong won't operate as well in this CC. Like, for instance, I think Last Ride is royally screwed for this CC. If you're a Last Ride fan, all I can tell you is, it's not impossible, but if you're going to force Last Ride into this CC, you're going to play CC on hard mode. That's all I can say. So I don't think she plays well in this CC. But, to me, power creep will happen. The question is, do they know how to power creep while keeping a balance? What a weird thing to say, right? The reason why there's a balance in Arknights is because multiple game modes exist. When multiple game modes exist and they make certain units kits work for that game mode, like with the use of IS mod, RA mod, or even having specific buffs and artifacts that caters to very specific units to work better, it helps older units to still triumphant. Like, I think that's the impressive thing about AK as compared to what I see in Hoyoverse. Okay, I'm straight up throwing arrows at Hoyoverse. Is the reason why I don't play that game. I really utterly hate it. That Hoyoverse design of game modes most of the time is shilling the newest character. I'm very appreciative that AK, when they release new characters, they don't all the time make it such that the newest character has to operate. Are you guys playing AK right now? You know what event we're having right now? Is the nasty banner, right? The nasty event. And we have the event where all the enemies are aerial and we have the levitating platform. Guess who is probably the worst person to use in the current event? Fucking nasty. The current banner is nasty, and the worst fucking person to use in the current stages is nasty. What fucking company releases a new character and the new character cannot freaking operate in that stage? Right? The fact that Hyperglyph is that type of company that is willing to do that is pretty impressive. It's not the first time that they did this. They have several other events as well that, like, when they release a certain character, it's like, why this was word? Like, yeah, Reed Outer, when they did Reed Outer, where she's basically mass AoE, what was the problem with Reed Outer? Every freaking enemy was invisible. How is that gonna help? So, I'm sort of just glad that they can do that in AK. Will they be able to pull that off in Enfield? I'm not sure. But I think there's a very, very big variety right now in Enfield. So let's see if they can keep the AK flavor of introducing power creeps, introducing a new Wizardel, introducing a new Exo level of characters, but yet older units don't feel like they're really down the dumpster all the time, and yet they still have use. One thing about operators in Enfield is they have utility. I think that's my favorite thing about Enfield. So I don't know if this is an early game design. I'm very afraid for specifically Last Ride and Yvonne, I feel. But they have been designing the newer banner characters with each of them holding a very unique utility. Like Tang Tang's biggest uniqueness is the time stop. Rossi's biggest uniqueness is being a literal physical and arts bridge. Right? Camille's now newest utility is basically the ripple effect of jumping from enemy to enemy while causing big like transfer of heat infliction. And then Mifu is the first character that does a flat crush damage. Like they've been very good at making a singular selling point for each character. That perhaps when they release, you don't know why it's good, but like it depends on the future game modes to make it more apparent why they are good. So I'm very into what they're doing with the characters right now. I'm going to mention Fang Yi. Fang Yi sucks. No, I'm kidding. Fang Yi is the first character that lets you use a skill without SP. That's her selling point. That's her differentiating point than the other characters. So there's still something going on with each character that makes it interesting. No, but yeah, I don't think Fang Yi will last long. Fang Yi will fall off, for sure. I'm not sure the uniqueness of her not using SP on out is that interesting. That she will, be a different cut than the rest. How many more questions do I still have to go through? Okay, not so bad. I think I'm finishing. I hope. Do you think they should make the character use their special weapon only while fighting? Because something a locked weapon just don't fit the character. OG AK characters use so many type like Spectre for the cutter. Imagine she was in Enfield, suddenly she will use the sword. Uh, I agree, but uh, we'll have to see whether they can do a good job with the weapon design there. Um, but I love the fact that, well, okay, no, I don't, but I can only respect it as a business decision that the characters in the game wield the weapon that you equip. Like you actually see the weapon physically. I was seeing how the Twitter chat was saying that, you know, Camille's battle pass weapon, it looks like a freaking drill. And I think the Japan players were specifically mentioning how, no, it wasn't just the Japan, I think it was also the global players. They were mentioning how they designed the battle pass weapon so ugly to prevent people from pulling the battle pass and instead committing to the weapon. Like it's a yellow drill. And it does look like it's a thermite cutter looking 2.0. So yeah, it's just a business choice. Gotta respect them for doing what they want. Do you think there'll be half anniversary celebration? I don't know. I think they will, but I don't know if they're gonna do it on the first half anniversary. Because the first half anniversary will be patch 1.4, but no idea if they will or not. When do you think Hypercube will add characters as standard banner? I don't know, man. I want them to, but I know that it's also a business decision. The fact that they didn't like make it an actual system that characters just go to standard pool straight away is already pretty annoying in a sense. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if they're ever gonna do something about it. They need to do something about the gacha. It's something that they definitely know. Like people complain about. People who don't play this game also complain about lack of pools when they're not playing the game anymore. Like why are they so noisy? But like I said, they still need to work on making the gacha feel nicer for the game. Is there anything you think is a mistake in original AK and is inherited as a mistake in Enfield? The starting story of the game? Oh yeah, people don't understand why I say that the starting story of AK is so bad. Like when I make videos and I say that Enfield is a bad writing, and then I say that people forget that AK starting story is bad, I often get comments about how people say, "Hey, why would you say that?" Like I got hooked in AK more than I got hooked in Enfield. But I think there is a difference in initial perception and impression. When you read AK story now as a start, you come in with the impression where a lot of people told you that the story will be amazing, will be very good. So your perception is this recency bias where people are like, you're in for a ride, you know. So you start when you read chapter 0 to chapter 4, you read it as a good things are about to happen, even if this wasn't that nice of a read. But the way when I say 0 to 4 is bad is AK started till chapter 4. That was all people can read for the first 3 months of the game. That's all. You didn't get to touch chapter 5, chapter 6. So when that's your only chapter you can read, and that's all you could see in the main story for 3 months, if you're someone who's interested in the story, the lore, you'll be looking at it and thinking to yourself like, what the fuck else is there to do? Like, what am I actually staying for? I don't know where this story is going. Like, a lot of people who enjoy the story now is because you kind of heard where the story is going. It's very different from when AK started. You don't know where the hell is going. So you will get lost in interest. That's the reason why I say 0 to 4 sucks. I hope that clarifies it a bit as to why I kept saying AK's story was so bad at the start. No, you say you had to give it time. How do you know? When you freaking started the game in the early days. It's the same excuse that people are playing Enfield now, and then we tell people like, hey, AK story was good. Give Enfield time. Yeah, but at least we got the 6 years. Back when we first played AK and we only got the first 3 months, a lot of people fucking quit AK because they thought the story was going nowhere. So yeah, that's the mistake that I'll say. That is like Enfield didn't do a good job in the first starting story, and I think they should have done a better job. Will they ever end announcing making stream type for advertising? Instead, they could do a PV, only stream the next region. You just hate everything called 1 point something, 2 point something, and the content isn't that big to convey even more these type of advertisement. Oh, wait. What is your question? The question very long. Very long for a person who is not very good at reading. What exactly? Wait, I've read it, but I don't know what you want me to answer. What is the answer you're expecting me to give? Will they ever stop spoiling the story in the update stream? My answer is no. You know why? They've done that in AK. You all know how when you watch the AKCN stream, like when you all watch the Chinese live stream, you guys don't speak Chinese, you don't understand what's happening, right? So you're in oblivion. You all need to know that every time after they showed the PV, and then you have low light and the other guy talking, they're actually describing what happens in the story. They've done that every season. Yeah. They always spoil the story. It's been a habit. Gotta get used to it. They literally tell you what's the conflict, what's going to happen. You guys just didn't know that they do that because you don't understand what they're saying whenever you watch the CNPV. So like, my advice is if you don't like the spoilers, number one, it's not gonna be fixed. Just skip that part. Every time PV happen, pause the stream for 3 minutes, then come back. Understand? If you really, really hate spoilers, I'm just telling you it's not gonna change. Because they do that all the time in AK. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if that answers the question. What's my take on preview content for newer game modes? Do you think it's good? You got your answer, yes. Do you think you'll see a proper side event with its own map? I want to, but I don't think we will for the entirety of this year. I have hope that it can happen next year. I just don't think it's going to happen at all in 2026, which means do you have the patience to wait for one whole year for them to be creative with their map design? Because I think we're going to live in Wuling until like September of this year. Was definitely still in Wuling till 1.5, I would say. I think 1.5 would be the final Wuling patch. I think. I'll be surprised if it's 1.4 because 1.4 doesn't feel like an epilogue. So I think it's 1.5. And I then genuinely think we're getting out of Wuling after that. So my prediction is we will get a new region in September. What's my rating for new lobby team and BGM? I didn't hear it. sorry. I've done it for myself. It's not my, how to say, I think it's the type of BGM that you guys as AK players will love, but the genre of that BGM is not my genre. You know what I mean? Like, it's not my taste in music. Like, I tell people my favorite CC BGM is like Dawn Seeker, but Dawn Seeker might not be everyone's favorite BGM. Like, people might say they like Pyrite and Blade, but like, I don't rate Pyrite and Blade as high as I did with Dawn Seeker. You know what I mean? So, like, it's a classic for people, it's just not my thing. That's my personal take, okay? I'm not saying it's bad, it's just not my thing. Dawn Seeker is CCB2? No, CC8. Like, Spectrum is also very good, but Spectrum is not people's favorite. It's like something that I enjoy. Do you think we get an update on standard? Okay, I answered this just now. What IP would I like Enfield to have a collab with? Hey, is the Edge Runner collab good or not good? I genuinely don't understand. I don't know who are the watering creators sometimes, so I don't know what they think. And then it's very skewed when saying this on the feed because you know that he's gonna say something good. Not out yet. Oh, okay, I guess no opinion then. What IP would I want Enfield to have? Monster Hunter. They deserve Monster Hunter. Uh any other IP? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I just can't imagine. I genuinely cannot imagine. I don't know what they'll do. Hypergraph needs to implement a factory simulation mode where we can run normal production. I mean, I answered that, I think, just now. What do you think is the grand story plot for Enfield? This one is like, you're asking for a prediction, is it? Not so much like what I think it will definitely go to. What's my prediction for where Enfield's storyline is going? Ultimately, there's a singular question that Enfield needs to answer eventually, and it will perhaps never be truthfully answered in 5 years. We're always gonna get sprinkled with tidbits whenever each major story patch ends. The one question we need to answer about Enfield, as someone who has played AK, is why are we here? As in, we can easily say, of course, we crossed the gate of in Terra to reach this land, but in the first place, why did we even cross? Was there a genuine purpose? Was there a genuine good reason that we had to do it? You know, so that's probably to me the core of the question. That's the main mystery that we need to answer. And the thing I find fascinating about Enfield also is that a lot of the antagonists in Enfield are a lot more celestial feeling than AK. Albeit I've not read some of the more recent chapters of AK when more of this celestial stuff happens. But it's like the ether thing is very new of a concept. We don't really know about ether in AK as well. So I do really wonder like what the hell is this ether? The only thing I sort of hope for with regards to um the way that they're writing Enfield now is I can give to them that, you know, Uling Valley 4 has simple, followable storylines, but I truthfully hope that when we get into a new region, that the storyline becomes more complex and more wow to read. So if you all follow my YouTube channel or Twitch, and time to time you see me reading like stories of AK. In fact, 2 days from now, I'm gonna be reading the current story that we have, which is Unrealized Realities. It's the one that features Nasty. I saw some people reading it, and I saw some people really, really pleased with the story. So I'm hyped to see what it's gonna be, and whether it's a good emotional joyride. But I think a lot of times when I read AK stories, I will have instinctive moments where I read a certain line and I audibly say, wow. Like I audibly say, that's a good line. That's a very well written statement. I think there were only 2 times right now in Enfield that I felt that. The first time being in Levitine's story, when Levitine describes Rhodes Island quite vividly, and the second time is the letter signing of Zhongfang Yi. It there's a bit of it doesn't feel enough. Like it's just 2 moments, and I feel like when you have a 3D medium, I feel like I should feel that more often. More aura lines, more impactful lines, more insightful things. So I really hope that they up that. Like, yeah, I think there's just a difference for the fact that AK story can make me say wow midway while I read. But Enfield hasn't really done that for me yet. Okay. What? Okay, yeah, next. Do I think Pelika and Chen at some point will get a bigger supporting role? Chen is definitely gonna get a bigger role in the next patch. That's your simple answer. Pelika will of course have a role. Yeah. Am I still making a video today? I'm not making a video today. I had no goal or intention to make a video today. This whole stream is here to be a banter, a podcast, to let you all listen to all things Enfield for a day until we wait for patch 1.3 to drop. But yeah, Chen's gonna be explored in 1.3. Pelika is definitely an important character, so yeah, I can't answer what their true selves are. Yeah. Do I think we'll get characters that aren't more gacha typical, like Sancta Mixaparato and Skybox? Yeah, I think we will. I just don't think we will get it immediately. Like, I don't think we'll get it in the first year. Because I think the first year is about them releasing characters that they feel can retain the player community. And I don't mind that. Like, if they go for a bit like vanilla type of characters where it's like known formulas for it to work, then sure. Like if you think of Mifu, yes, Mifu's the Sakia's character, she's got the cute tail and whatnot, and classic kind of big booba character, powerful punch gauntlet. Like it feels like something that you may see before. And then if you think about okay, Camille's a bit different. Camille's already damn like kinda doing something a bit unique, I would say. Cause we don't really encounter vampire boy that looks so sleek like that across the 3D gacha games. So it's already good that they're doing that. Either character is not new, and the Sui proxy is also a bit eh. But yeah, I'm quite sure that they will be inventive to create some really new, unexpected gacha characters. I want to see how they release the first furry banner. That makes me curious. Will they dare to release the first furry banner? And will people like it? Do you think the oh sorry. I am really almost done the questions. Let's go. Then we can look at the CC risk. Do I think Dash should change how they announce future characters? At least do drip marketing in advance. No, 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 no. I teach you how to show future characters, which the other games don't do often. Just put them in the story earlier. That's what AK does. A lot of the AK pullable characters appear in the story, and they can like there's a very known and popular thing in AK where we call it the NPC jail, which is you see a character appear in like year 1, year 2 of AK, and they only release in like year 5 of AK. Like they get shown in several stories, and then boom, year 5 they're finally released as a banner. The trouble that I see with Enfield is I'm not seeing enough NPC jail. I need more NPC jails. I need them to release like so much more banger looking NPC characters that obviously look pullable, but like just blue ball everyone and then only put them as a banner like 3 years later. It's like, don't give instant gratification, you know. Let the delay happen. Let it simmer. It will make banners pop off. So, no drip marketing. Just put in the story. And then when you put them in the story, that story that the banner is featured is not the last time we see them. Like, they should better appear in like 1 or 2 more stories after. Or even if they disappear, make them pop back up somehow in the future. Because I think the other games also have a tendency and habit that when the current event ends, they don't feature that character anymore in the future. So that's my advice. I prefer the game to make you build the factory from the ground up or build upon existing stuff to obtain newer items. Huh? But the game is already building gone up, no? Do you mean like if I could make that change, what would I do? From ground up, I guess. I'm not sure what you expected as an answer though. Did I misunderstand the question? Like, why would I want an existing template and then work upon it? I don't think that's good. That makes it less creative. That makes me feel stunted. You have everyone built to level 70. You're very happy with the different amount of teams. Your question is about the long-term future. If expanding a roster with only 6-star, propose issue down the line. Yeah, but it is too early to tell. So that's kind of what I can only put forth. What's next? I'm finishing. Do you think Enfield will have the server capacity for all regions in the future, even when offline? Currently, there is a fine print that says only 2 regions. Also, there's a notice if you don't log in for 7 days, install all AIC to save server space. Oh yeah! Saw some Enfield quitters raging again in online forums. That's one of the reasons that they rage. The AIC stopped working. And then another reason that they rage is the sanity pack potion expiring. And I'm just there like, gacha game? Like, what else do you expect? And then people are like, oh, this game is terrible because of that. But like, is this not a gacha game classic thing? That your sanity potion can expire? Of course, some of them are QOLs where they automatically use, which I kind of agree that Enfield should kind of have that. It's just much better that way. But then again, the idea of expiring like energy packs is such a common stay concept of all gacha games. So, yeah. Yeah, it's all in the name. That is a FOMO tactic. It's a FOMO tactic to make you play. What else can they do? Um, no, I don't see the need for them to make it operate multiple regions at a time. Okay, for a pretty rather simple reason. When you play Valley 4, the only thing that you're farming Valley 4 right now is you are farming for the Valley 4 engraving permit. At first I was thinking, if a person joined the game later, wouldn't there be a problem where they maybe haven't fully collected Valley 4 and then they never really bought a single Valley 4 permit? But I've sort of come to realize that that's not really an issue because newer regions will end up using the same Like if you look at all the new energy alluvium that we've received, right? They don't have like new stats or new tags, basically. It's all the same tags of the past energy alluvium. So in truth, right now, you know how you guys are farming Valley for engraving permit and Uling engraving permit? But in actual fact, you don't even need one of the regions engraving permit. If you only farm like Valley 4 only and no Uling, for instance, you can still use only Valley 4 permit to get perfect essence for every single weapon. Genuinely, like all weapons, only Valley 4. I think so. Or if not, it's just +1 of Uling. But my point being, when they release a brand new region, the brand new region will also inherit all the existing tags. Which means you don't have to farm in Uling. You can farm actively in the new region. So it won't be too bad in the sense that they'll always account for the fact that people are not playing Valley 4 anymore. And they're just gonna make the tags that are more popular as a combo in Valley 4 into the whatever next third map is. So that's one. My worry for the game is the Artificing Catalyst. Because the Artificing Catalyst in Uling is catered specifically to the gear of Uling. And when they release a brand new region, that brand new region will have a catalyst specifically named after that region. So the problem is, will that catalyst work for the parts that you make in Uling, or would it not work? If it doesn't work, then yeah, that's the one thing I wonder if they will be able to fix. But yeah, no, I don't think there's a need for them to make all regions work anyways, because they also don't want a situation where people just overfarm every region. The very reason why that they don't do it is to prevent hoarding of materials. But that if they are going to do that, is the very reason why I say then they need to do a replayable factory endgame mode. Because people who really love the game only for the factory isn't going to appreciate the fact that their factory turns off, go to fourth region, second factory turns off, and it keeps happening. It feels like your work that you've done goes to waste. They need to find a way to make people feel like they can replay the factory on and on. Okay. What do I expect Enfield to release for anniversary, given it's so close to CNY? It's also close to global anniversary, FYI. But nah, they don't have to be specific to CNY. I do not think Enfield will follow the AKCN formula where anniversary is considered a Chinese New Year anniversary. Like I know in AKCN they do the CNY banner. They're probably not gonna do that in Enfield, and they're probably gonna like have a special occasion for that. You plan to update Uling for a year before moving on, which you expect the next region will also last for another year. Every month we get one medium-sized zone that you can feel kind of sluggish. Is staying in a region for so long really a good idea? I don't like it, but I know that they're doing it to keep things simple because every region will have a specific style, design, and also specific AIC based mechanics. The problem with them launching two regions at the same time is they have to handle two styles and two map designs at the same time. My trouble with Enfield that I genuinely wonder can they solve is if they make all the regions a linear line, quite like how HSR, quite like how Genshin, quite like how UA does it. I always felt that this is the problem about joining the other gacha games, which is you as a new player will feel overwhelmed. And maybe you heard that there's a new region, but you are not allowed to go to that new region until you have completed every single region before it. I do wonder if Enfield can figure a way to make people access a new region without having played certain regions that came out before it. If they're able to do that, that's an amazing thing to do. Like, I want them to, like, when we're done with Uling, right? What I kind of want to dare the devs to do is they release a third region. The third region has its entire storyline. You finish that region, we unlock the fourth region. When they unlock the fourth region, I hope that they don't make it such that you have to play the third to play the fourth. Like, the prerequisite to enter the third and the fourth can be after you complete the second. Then that way, when players get into the game, they won't feel like, oh, I just joined and I joined to want to see this character, but like, I have to go through all that big frontal part. And instead, they don't feel so overwhelmed, and there's a way to like jump in. That's my hope for them to do so. Yeah, it's exactly like it's like AK where you clear 210 first and then it lets you branch into what you want. The issue is the events and the limited rewards. Yeah, they have to go through the discussions for this. But you see, AK is a very accessible game because even when you're a new player, you can immediately go into the current event. All the events is like you do it at any time you want. Problem with Enfield is it doesn't allow that now, and I think it's fine as a region 1 and a region 2. But I don't know about like the future. Like when Enfield becomes 6 regions, if a new person gets into the game, like, do they have to play all 5 before they get to 6? But the power creep question, can you tell me the reason to use admin over Mifu in the newest coming update? Yeah. Is there a still valid reason to use admin over Mifu? One, admin's combo is a stun. Mifu has no. Well, Mifu has a pull, but admin's combo is a genuine stun. So that's something. Um. That's about it, really. Admin can buff. Yeah, and admin doesn't have all the pots, so we don't know how good he can be. Admin can buff 15% attack. We don't know what Mifu's talent is yet, so can't judge. I only know that, like, we only know that Mifu gets a shield, but we don't know what his second talent is. Is it really power creep? I'd argue yes. I mean, admin is a very, how to say, it's not that interesting of a character, skill set wise. But Mifu definitely has a lot more applications. And the current most problematic game state that Enfield has is specifically the crush operators. The crush operators are not having a good time. Because crush operators cannot coexist in the team. You cannot have Enmin Tapan and Mifu on the same team at all. So I do wonder if they can figure a way to make even 2 crush operators coexist with future units. It'll be an interesting thing to do. Another region thing you see as an issue is the factory is tied to the gear. If 5 years down the line, the latest region you need to craft latest gear, it's gonna suck. Exactly. Like if a new player join and then the newest character specifically has a gear set that wishes that. I mean, players can be okay with getting a weaker gear set, but some players wouldn't. So the problem is if the newest gear set is locked behind the newest region, it's like, oh, what am I supposed to do as a newbie? We noticed something on initial CC announcement. They dropped the minimal teaser. Then for some reason, they published a schedule of current version with no CC at all. Now we're getting more season. The specific the decision make CC was reacted to current game situation. So they dropped a teaser for CC. This was very cool. Current CC. I don't know what you're speculating though. What's the answer that you are expecting me to say? Like, do I think it's unplanned or not worked on? I don't think so. I'm sure Hyperglyph always knew that they should bring back some old game modes in AK. So I don't think it's that unfleshed. Honestly, you should see the enemies. I mean, you guys can't, but the having tried the CC myself, no, I think it's they did put quite a bit of work into it. So no, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, sorry. Oh wow, you asked me more thing. It's really this unplanned. This could be great news about Hypergraph being able to adjust their plans to feedback. Or this can be an attempt to mindlessly copy what works in OGAK to improve the current game state. I think it's very rude to say it's mindless. I mean, you all can believe what you want, but having tried it, I don't think it was mindless. I think it was really, really well made. What do you think? I think a lot of people agree that it does not feel like Enfield developed by the same Hypergraph team. Why do you keep saying that? Actually, this one I need to ask you back. You really feel like Enfield is not made with the same people of history? I don't know why you all feel that way. It's one of those comments that I see AK players say, and I cannot really get around it. Like, why? What about the game really makes you feel like it's not hitting AK? It feels not AK. Explain. Wait, chat, you're involved into this now. I'm as in the chat, in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. If you think it's not like you feel like it's not really, good to the OG, it's not a good callback. I need to understand this. Why? I see this in Twitter threads as well, and I just cannot understand. You don't see much setup in the lore and world building. Yeah, but you don't get any of that in the fucking first year of AK. Why do people keep highlighting world building, lore, when like you don't get fucking lore in like the first 3 years of AK until like finally a good story drops and then strings get tied together. Which question are we in? No, the question that we're in is I'm asking you guys back. Why do some of you think Enfield doesn't feel good to the doesn't feel like a good show to the OG AK? Chapter 6 and 8 were good. Yeah, chapter 6 and 8 appeared at the fucking end of first year AK, which were not even at the end of first year Enfield. That's one. And what fucking lore and world building? Chapter 6 to 8, like chapter 1 to fucking 8 was a linear storyline. It was an experience. It was not some deep mystery shit. You're very confused with racial identity. Mifu's not a sarcasm, Fangi's not a lung. I think this is more so do you read the game? Because there are different subtypes of sarcasm, and Lung and Kirin do look very similar. Wait, I read YouTube comments first. That's one another Arknights. It's not a new game made by Hypergraph. Yeah, but if you want another Arknights, just play Arknights. Arknights is developing 5 different games inside of Arknights. Enemies have no stakes. I don't disagree that Enfield's enemies feel like there's no stakes. But I don't know what that has to do with like not being like OG AK. That's just the way that the story is sort of like written. And did AK have storylines where enemies have no stakes? Yes. So I don't see how it's different. If you compare apples to apples, where you compare like first year story of AK to I guess now only 4 months story of Enfield, it's like, yeah, okay. Enemies felt like they had a place in the early days of AK. But like if I were to compare the storylines where the enemies don't feel like anything in AK, then it's like, yeah, it happens. It should be obvious that it's not made by the same team. Okay, I want to answer on the thing where people say Enfield and AK is not made by the same team. The developers and designers are perhaps not the same. However, the main, if you all have seen from live stream to live stream by now, the heads of the teams are the same. Like Ra is still the level designer, the game mode designer for both games, by the way. Lowlight is still the head for both games. Yeah. The higher ups are all the same. So to me, the higher ups being the same is almost like them being there to make sure that they are aligned and in pace with what they want to deliver in both games. Don't questions are weak villains. Left Wave got any development. Other than that, everything is fine. Like, I don't think. I feel like the reason why people feel that Enfield don't apply to OGAK, I think strongly comes from the fact that in the early patch of the story, especially Valley 4 just didn't do a service to AK storyline. Because Valley 4 sucked. Okay? Straight up. Sucked. If Hyperbeam is hearing, too bad. I think they know it themselves. Too many people are saying it's not good. And when it's not good, then I agree. It feels like, what the fuck you doing, Hypergriff? But the way I kind of see of it is, it's so fucking unfortunate they had to happen, like this fight had to happen to the very first story, because that's not good for a first impression standpoint. If you see past it, and you actually come from AK, I kind of just viewed Valley 4 as one of the shittier stories that they write in AK. When people brag or tell other people, AK's got amazing stories, AK is so wonderful and everything, and I'm just there like, oh my god, have you seen the stories that I rated like 1 out of 10 in AK? Like, we don't have bangers all the time. AK have misses, and sometimes really bad misses. Only me? You think the summer stories of AK are great? You think the early stories of AK where we first started with like Cold or Brawl or okay. If you see even Granny's in the Next Treasure being the first side story you read, it's so weird. It's very lore intensive, but when you read it on the first time, you don't really know what the frick you're reading. I think I need to go back to the list of stories. I cannot remember. I mean, I'll forever remember Ancient Forge. Ancient Forge is the worst fucking first anniversary story that we had to ever read. What did I read recently that was bad? I feel like I read something recently that wasn't good. I remember. Enfield does not have 7 years of experience in its development since 5 years. Mansfield Break was ass. Oh, I just finished Mansfield Break. I don't think it's as that's the one that I don't think it's as ass as people think. I think it's ass if you expected it to be like a whole prison simulator escape storyline. But the way I kind of appreciated Mansfield was more so the writing, like the attempt to show multiple perspectives to a single scenario happening. I thought was quite nice in the writing style, and I'm glad that they gave us a silly antagonist. Like he's so bad, but I think it was worthwhile that we have a bad antagonist. Was Mansfield Break better than Enfield? Yes, I think Mansfield Break was better than Enfield. Okay, whatsoever there is though, I think it's because you guys are disappointed with the start of Enfield that you guys say that it's not good to the OG. I don't think it's about whether like the characters or the designs are like similar to AK or not. Like if you feel that the design of Enfield isn't very AK, I just feel like you're not used to the 3D presentation of your 2D characters because a lot of it is like you just like how I did the fucking joke just now of me like pulling down my hair and all of you go joking like who the fuck is this? It's like the same thing. Like apparently 2D version me doesn't look like 3D version me. Like how? If I show you their sprite and then I put their sprite into AK, suddenly you're like, oh, this is the AK character. Like you look at Mifu's sprite, Camille's sprite, and soon to be Arcane's sprite. You just crop them, put AK operator, put AK name, suddenly they look like AK operator already. You feel that they try to make AKE less heavy or depressing than OG AK story, which you like because AK was depressing. I guess that's another reason that people say that Enfield maybe doesn't hit the AK vibe because a lot of people like to always talk about how AK is like a world of depression, right? Like all the stories is just sad, it's always tragic and everything, and then it's like, where's the tragedy for Enfield type of stuff, right? Um, in that scenario, I would say that's kind of true. Most AK stories feel like you're in for a ride that you cannot control. But Enfield doesn't feel quite that. Enfield's storylines just feel very simplistic at the moment. So I think this is again coming back to one of the conversations we had 1 hour ago, where I said that Enfield's feels like it's catering a lot to the casuals at the moment. That I feel like they're being a little bit too safe and creating storylines that they think most people are going to enjoy. In a way, I can only respect it in the sense of if they think this is important on a business standpoint, fuck it, whatever you go, but you cannot keep up with this for like the next year ahead or when you go into the next region ahead because I do truthfully think it doesn't really I do truthfully think it doesn't do a good favor to AK when, prior to people playing Enfield, everyone talks about, hey, AK's got massive story, massive connection and everything, and then Enfield doesn't really show it. You think the crazy amount of flattery in Enfield makes the story so much worse? Okay, wait. By the way, I also wanted to say this. Expect me to do this perhaps in the month of June. I genuinely want to make a video on this, and it's a wild video title. I want to make a video on how Musis is one of the most waifuable characters I've ever seen. Okay, I'm just gonna give you a very short context. I've read a lot of AK stories, and I was so surprised that when I read Lone Trail, she was the first character that just made me go like, oh my god, this character is written in the way that is almost so like girlfriend material for people. Like you know how a lot of people say that Enfield feels like dating simulator sometimes, like you only hang out with this character and then there's a lot of like weird flattery moments. And it happens like here and there in every patch. So repetitive almost just to sell the character. But that doesn't really happen in AK. So the fact that when Lone Trail did it, I was almost like taken aback. But the way they did it felt so weirdly like you get hooked into it. Like it doesn't feel weird. It doesn't feel forced. Especially for the fact that Musis was a character that you read a lot prior to whatever I'm saying that happens in Lone Trail. So I kind of wanted to make a video essay on how like I was just amazed that it kind of took them that long to create a storyline that almost felt like you're dating a character all of a sudden. Makes people uncomfortable if they ship. Like, I was saying this when I read the story. It makes people uncomfortable if they ship Doctor with like Keltsit and whatnot. But it was very good writing, I would say. So yeah, only me, bro. I think Nasty's story is gonna make me feel that even more because Mumu actually appears in Nasty's story as well. So yeah, I think it's she's quite the character really. Uh, but yeah, I think Enfield does it too much. That kind of makes me say that they need to tone it down, and they need to like I want a bit more seriousness in the story, if anything. I want the story like there are AK stories that are written in a way that makes me feel like I'm a bit treated like a child. I wouldn't say it's a lot, very seldom, but most of AK stories do give me the vibe that it's like respecting a general age of the audience, of the millennials in the sense like a 18 to 35 actually reading the story of the game. And some of them really do go deep. Some of them have very, very strong hooks. And it feels lacking that. So yeah. I mean I have very, very familiar storylines. Like this is not spoiler territory to let you know. I try to say not in a way of spoiler territory, but like for instance in Arknights, Lone Trail starts the story with a really nice quote that will make you think and ponder. And I'm just gonna say that that quote has a very long-lasting effect when you read it throughout the story. And I think that's an insane hook for the way that you read it. And then I think um Hortus the is it Hortus? No, Guy eh? Hortus the Escapismo has a story that starts out with you just seeing the perspective of two kids. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I can say. And it's the wildest genuine thing I had to read. That like it's just very small little tactics to make you get into the story and then punch you and then just go, oh fuck, I'm in for a ride. Like Enfield doesn't have that like well written story charm yet. Which is the reason why we say that Fang Yi's letter writing is like the only singular instance that they did like a snap. Like, okay, you're going somewhere with this. Your team thought of something to make this a little bit special. Now, how many more times can we feel the specialness in future stories? I'm not exactly hopeful for 1.3. I set my expectations very low. In fact, I'm setting my expectations low for the whole Wuling. But I can tell you that I am not giving chances when they go to the new region. Like they really better step it up after that. So I'm gonna say I understand where people says when they, say it doesn't do well for AK. Like, there's no way people can argue Enfield doesn't have a bit of the AK vibe, by design, by style, by the personality of the characters, by the variety at times. But we can say it as it feels a bit like it, but it's like, maybe not the best version of a successor yet, I would say. So that's what I'll put forth. Okay. All right. Let's go to see the remaining questions, and then I can finally do the. I guess I might not fix my Enfield base today. That's so sad, because my stream is going for so long. I thought I would be done talking, but I haven't even looked at the CC risk yet. How many zone do I think Ling will have if they decide to stay in Ling for a whole year? I predict Ling will end in 1.5. Do I think observers are in Enfield? I have no idea what you're saying. You are giving me spoilers. I've read AK story. I've not read that far. I have no idea what this guy is saying. I think people always judge Enfield story with the argument they had 7 years in AK. Why didn't write a better story? But you don't get why people do not understand it's not easy to write a story with a good plotline while introducing a plotline new cast. Yeah. I think okay lah, the way I also you wanna fight back at these people for saying, hey, they're not writing a good story. You know, the Asian side of me will say, like, if you guys complain that they're not writing a good story, how about you do it? And then you guys are gonna retort back and say, I'm not a writer, they're paid to do this. What chapter am I on for AK right now? I'm reading more side stories than I'm reading main chapter, because side stories are just good. I'm still on chapter 9 only. I'm literally going all around the world before I read the main story. Because the side stories are just better. But like, yeah, I just think some people do have to be a bit nicer to the Enfield devs sometimes. That like, it's just not easy to be a good writer. Also, writing is a skill. Thank the fact that they're not AI. I'm. This is like me saying they're not AI, and then who knows, right? But like, I mean, they're probably not. And there's people who's trying to deliver the story, but it's not easy. It's not easy, but we can say, hey, we paid them to do this. I'm paying for my gacha pools in the hopes that they pick up on the story. Alright. Do I think summon operators will become a thing? What does summon operators mean? You mean like they summon something into the field? Absolutely. Absolutely. You're gonna have a person where like when you use the skill, deploys a turret. Turret shoots at enemy. Confirm will have. No way it won't happen. It's just a matter of when. How's an Enfield event being game modes under one event with a certain theme or story? Instead of being separate events, each with their own mini story. I'm confused. Can someone explain this to me in a different English? I don't know what that means. Like, what events right now is under a singular theme, or what events isn't? I don't understand what it means. After experiencing the current version, do you think one patch long banner is still good? You have a feeling plenty of people already put for the operator in the first 3 weeks, then maybe spend the leftover currency in the last week. What? Why are you spending your leftover currency in the last week? What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean people spend leftover currency in the last week? Who's doing that? There's no way you're gambling after you already put the character. For what, port? You don't need port. Or like you're trying to build pity. I mean, if you're building pity, build smartly. But if you just got the character, you're not gonna build any pity. What? Hey, you guys, is this like a Hoyo behavior or something? Where like you've got the character in perhaps a Hoyo banner, you want the 50-50, then you pull more so that you build the 50-50 for later. But then the problem is you cannot fucking do that in this game. Because that's not how we fucking work. I mean, if you say pull a rerun, then okay. But yeah, okay, fine. Let me answer the question more specifically. Do I think one patch long banner is still good? I feel like it didn't need to be one patch long. I feel like it would have been okay if they just did their current standard 17 days. But after the 17 days, don't run a banner. Like, the one. Okay, I feel like the one patch long banner gives a little bit of the vibe that the content just drag. You know what I mean? Like, you know, our number one complaint for this 1.2 is this entire patch is a drag. Right? The banner's a drag, there's nothing to do, story completes fast. So when you combine that all together, it gives a very bad vibe for the way that you played it. But the thing is, like, if you compare that to how we do in AK, where banners are always 2 weeks long, right? It's not like AK do our banners where we get 2 weeks banner, immediately when that one ends, we go into the new banner. We don't even freaking do that. We take breaks between banners. The thing that I appreciate about this being a one patch long banner is it feels like a break, but it also goes away from like the system that you're familiar with it always being this awkward 17 days. So to me, it's like I would kind of rather that they just did the 2 weeks banner and then just like take a break, don't do anything for a while, and then do a banner and then take a break, do a banner, take a break, rather than banner. You know, that's my preference lah. I'm not saying that the long patch banner is bad. It's just I guess the vibe of it being like if it feels draggy. That's about it. Like there's no content. But I also think they dragged it because it's yeah, they just dragged it because they would take breaks. Like it's not in their system to take breaks right now. If as you see in the game, there is no period of respite between banners. Like once Fang Yi, no, I take it back. Fang Yi banner didn't end with a banner, new banner. So they can take breaks. Yeah, I don't know. So I was gonna say Fang Yi banner didn't like open straight into the next banner, but it didn't. Now it's just Fest of Brilliance only available. It's risky. Some people can leave during a break and never come back. Yeah, but AK has done that for all the years. So like, eh. Okay. Final few questions. I think it's like the last five. What do you think of Edge Space Salvage as a game mode? Watch my 1.0 review of Arknights Enfield. It will give you a very big answer. There's a literal video timestamp section that is all about that. I think there should be more combat related buildings in RA. RA? RA? Besides just turrets. Then we could have special interactions between buildings, operators, and enemies. Huh? I don't know. What is he saying? Does he just mean he needs more combat buildings? If so, then I guess they did add quite a bit of combat buildings for all the past patches, more than I expected. So I think they're doing a good job on that. How long do you think it'll take for them to add 4 or 5 more 6 stars? I have given you the bet. I think next patch has a 5 star. And I think the idol girl is a 5 star. Should we have more reconvener banners, since I am not really fond of auto spamming? Actually, can I just say that one of my biggest regrets as an AK creator, which if some of you are hearing this firsthand, good for you, because this should be the first time that I'm saying this, or the second. I actually kind of regret hating alters, having read the AK story. Like, I know people out there share the same sentiment as me that you don't like alters, but I think the one thing I appreciate about AK is that they justify a good number of their alters with actual good story writing to explain why they have to transition. I'm not saying this applies to every single alter, but I felt that certain alters that I've read genuinely has a very good plot line that makes me feel very good about them getting the alter. Like, if you read AK story, it makes me realize that you don't mind the alters as much. It's not so cheap as like, oh, it's just there to sell. You know, some of them actually just feels like, hey, they grew up. You know, they had this change, and I think that makes me more appreciative of it. So I think that's my regret, being an alter hater back in the day. Like, I very clearly remember, like 4 years ago or 5 years ago, I openly will always say on my stream, I don't want an alter, I don't want an alter. But now I kind of like take it back. You know, one of the things that I would say I did wrong as an AK creator. Yeah. But reconveners. Should we have more reconvener manner? I'm surprised that they didn't release a reconvener for the past 6 months. As in, like, from the time that we released the game till now, not a single reconvener scene. So I'm sure they want to, but they are very decisively planning it. They are so crafty with it. I'll tell you the best game to have in the community right now. From now till the next reconvener is out, go and take your bet. Who is the next reconvener? And let's see if you get it right. Go figure it out, write it down on your phone, write it down on a piece of paper, paste it somewhere. When they do the live stream, remember you wrote a reconvener's name and see if it actually appears, okay? You're not guessing for what reconvener you want out, okay? The game here is, can you figure out the exact next reconvener they will release? Okay, that's the game. Let's see who got it. If you think the game is too hard, then let's make it 3 chances. You write down 3 names on your phone on that piece of paper. And then we see if you get it right. Okay, at least you got 3 tries. That's what I'm gonna say. How you know we ain't cheating? I don't care if you cheat, it's for your own honesty. I'm just recommending to you how to play the game. How to be excited when a reconvener appears. You think Enfield, race doesn't matter, unlike in Arknights. Do you think so too? No. If you really read some of the files of Enfield, it specifically states that certain regions still have discrimination happening. From my memory, at least. I'm not sure if that's what your question is asking. Oh, your question is not asking about discrimination. Your question is asking about Mifu's a Sakes, not a Kilin, Trunks not Kilin, and not a Lang. I think this is just understanding that, for one, there are different types of Sakes, and for two, honestly, nowhere in the game did they say that Zhuang was a lung. Like, before they showed that Zhuang was a lung, I was looking at her and I was thinking she's either a Kilin or a lung. So when she came out and they said she's a Kilin, I'm like, oh, no, they didn't go for the easy option of lung to make it popular. They went for Kilin. So, like, I think Redditors are stupid. I'm sorry, Redditors. I mean, they probably got offended by what I just said. But, like, just being real, like, I guess AK just has a variety of characters and how they do their races. So, like, eh. I saw some people genuinely angry that Mifu is sarcastic, but, like, actually, in fact, with them making her a sarcastic, I just thought it makes her a lot more interesting. That makes me want to know, like, what exactly is her background of a person. Also, it feels like they have what do you say? They have lost their historical significance, and it's become as if you're going to a store to buy a character of a certain race. What? Huh? Huh? I've never. What? Racial preference banner? Guys, I've never said please pull for this character because they're a fucking dog or a cat. No fucking way anyone's doing that. Unless you have like a faction only gameplay. No way. That's guys, I played AK for 7 years. And this is the first time I hear someone writing, have you thought about pulling banners based on race? I live to hear this day. I live to be here today. Even like in RA. What the hell was the question? Oh, but I mean the towers? But I kind of answered you anyways, that I think they have shown a lot of towers. So it's not too bad. What kind of replayable game mode? I don't care what replayable game mode, I just want factory to be replayable. Do something hyperglyph. Just make factory replayable somehow. How would you do proper IS in Enfield? Personally work like elements. Can someone remind me, like, casually ask me a question later on how I want to improve contingency contract? Because I don't think this contingency contract is perfect. I actually have a genuine advice on what I hope the devs can do when they do the second season. But I'm not gonna say it now. Um, Proper IS. I don't know. I'll let them innovate. I'm not a game dev. I can't think of how to do it in a 3D game and to do it well. Personal. Is there any moment of playing AK or Enfield that makes you feel personally strong? Like you want to cry or get pulled in the story? You want to see me cry? Sure. May I recommend? Okay, I'm gonna update my playlist. Okay, because I haven't updated this playlist in a while. But I read AK story. I have been reading AK story. Right, I read it. I read Lone Trail recently. I read Dorothy's Vision recently, and I have a playlist of Oh, sorry, I just realized I'm showing nothing. I'm showing the fucking chat. Anyways, what I was saying, I read Lone Trail recently. I read Dorothy's Vision recently, and I will update this playlist. But I have uploaded me reading AK story. I always read AK story live. I do not read them offline because you get my live reaction anyways. You want to see me cry to AK story? There are some that I weeped on stream because it broke me. Like, I think Joy of Our Reunion broke me. Did it break me? Did I run away and grab a tissue? I feel like I did. And then what else broke me? The Exodus? No, Exodus didn't break me. Hortus broke me, I think. Pototori fucking broke me. I hate you, Pototori. I fucking hate you. I fucking weep like shit. Yeah, Rhineland manga also made me cry. Twilight of Wonderment didn't. I can't remember if I cried to Hortus. Levity Story broke me as well. So yeah, if you want to see me break, it's all there. I got teary eye for Lomonde. I stayed strong. So are there moments? Yes. I cried to playing NTE as well. I cried to watching people play NTE. Compilation when? No, I'm not gonna do a crying compilation. Never. If you say Enfield, I cried to Levitine. I got teary eye for Chongfang Yi. And yeah. There's a lot of moments in the AK story that I maybe don't cry. But when you hear me read, I will legit pause for like 5 to 10 minutes because I start to think about the significance of the story. Like, I think for Dorothy's vision, that didn't make me tear at all. But Dorothy's vision, at a certain point of my story, I was saying how it kind of reminded me of the love of a parent. That's one of the themes of Dorothy's vision, where you, how do I say this? A lot of the motive in that story is about like feeling responsible for various people, whether it's your higher up or the people that choose to serve for you. And then there's also the relationship between the people that you see as family. And it's a story where you see how some people do things for their parents, and then there are some people who lost everything, and how do they get through their life. Like, I thought that story was just fascinating to show that contrast. And yeah, I feel emotionally strong to that. Like, okay, I guess this is also the part where I would say, maybe that's why Enfield doesn't feel like AK. Enfield hasn't really touched on any truthfully deep topics. I think Fang Yi's story did a rather good job in a sense, because you saw the story of a leader who puts herself in such immense stress. Like, I genuinely felt bad for Fang Yi, because I think when I finished the Fang Yi story, right before the stairs scene, I specifically said on the stream when I was reacting to it that a story is well written when I can't predict what is going to happen. Like, if I failed to predict what is the reason behind all this, I will say they did a good job. Because in the cutscene where they showed the ghostly figures of all her past teammates, like, I fucking slapped myself. I was like, it sounds so easy to then understand that the reason why Fang Yi became like this is because she lost everyone that were her mentors. But I just didn't get that as I read the story. I read and read and read, and every single point in time I still kept wondering, what's the answer? And when they showed it, I was like, oh my god, it's simpler than I think. But you know what? Because I couldn't think of it in the moment while reading so intensely, I gave it to them that was well written. So that's something I'm appreciative of, that I would say, that when writing isn't predictable, that's a joy. And has Enfield writing so far been predictable? I would say yes. Like, especially Valley 4. Valley 4 was pretty predictable. But like, Qingbo Stockade was also fairly predictable. Because they death flagged the shit out of Ram-Yi. Like, I remember before 1.1 even dropped and 1.0 was a thing, I already told people Run E looks like he's about to die. I said Run E might die before they even released the Tingbo Socket patch, by the way. That I was like, this is setting up for a sibling tear apart, right? It was there. Like I sensed that they were gonna do it. So if I can tell what's gonna happen, I don't think that's a good writing. But if I cannot tell what's gonna happen, then they did a good job. Oh yeah, it doesn't help that their teaser had Tang Tang crying, so that's on them. But even without Tang Tang crying, I was like, there's death flags. And I don't like the death flags are obvious. Honestly speaking, some of the best deaths in AK have no flags. They're straight up like, oh my god, he's dead. What the fuck? One moment I read the whole story, he's chatting with this guy, next moment he's fucking dead. Like, what the shit just happened? But Enfield's not doing that. Enfield hasn't surprised me. Like, why you set them up? Don't set them up, just boom! Head off! Wow, the story! What about Nephrith? The moment you enter the boss fight with Nephrith, you're not gonna lose. So you know you're gonna outdo Nephrith, and that doesn't make for a good story. So yeah. Yeah. Sometimes sudden death are good. I don't disagree. Sudden death is a story tactic, but it must be used well. Am I done? Okay, guys, close on questions. Last two questions. On Enfield event things, as in future event game mode, are mini games under one big event, and the big event is more story based. Doesn't have to be 100% tied to the current region. Like how retracing our steps is in resource collecting mini game in Enfield have its own event. You mean that the mini games and the event should be more related to the team? Have they not been doing that? I mean, I just want them to start introducing the other regions already. I'm getting tired of Uling. I want. Okay, this also comes with the fact that I play AK. We have seen way more Chinese cities than we have seen of other countries in AK. Especially just because we have Sui storyline. Which Sui storylines happen every freaking year. So we always go to a new Chinese city. So like, I really want to see Hypergrade's representation of a 3D world of a different country. I really need them to show me their design of a European country, an American city. Or even show me what a Sargon would look like if they did it in Enfield. I want to see what their creative inspiration is for these places. Oh yeah, there was a brand new interview recently on that Hypergift did on how they designed the PVs of various AK stories. I'm not gonna read the interview today. I'll read that conveniently in a upcoming AK stream because today's stream is Enfield specifically. But I think some of you read the interview. I think it was a great interview. It was things like how they said that Chapter 16 was designed specifically from Chernobyl, and then they were referencing very specific historical events for like the PVs. And I think they also mentioned how they came up with the Masses Travel PV. Like what was their artistic inspiration. Like I think it's really, really good that they bothered to do so. So yeah. Okay, wait, would you quit your current streamer job for a job at Hypergrave? No. Never work at the company that you respect. Never work at your dream job. Is what I always say. If you're working at a dream job and you like it, lucky you. I have the perspective that if you work at your dream job, it will ruin you. because what you thought your company is may not be what you expect. That's my answer. Yeah, don't meet your heroes. Because, but the idea of don't meet your heroes is you probably painted them way too highly. And so when you meet them in person and then you realize they're not as good as you think, but for one, it might be because you set too high of an expectation. For two, I guess people tend to not be as good as what you imagine, especially if like it's not a real friendship connection you make, but it's like someone that you see from TV and whatnot, and yeah, that might happen. That's not to say that not all heroes are worth meeting. It's just if you can, I guess don't. No, but in this case, I'm answering this in terms of job, and yeah, don't meet your favorite streamer. As in, you can meet your favorite streamer. It's just don't paint too extravagant of an imagery, I feel. That's about it. That's the last question. It's just one more. What do you think is a good way to use the law for HP salvage? I don't know. I'm on HP salvage area 3. I have not played 4, 5, 6. I have gives zero shit to HP salvage. Do you think Madro is still alive? I'm not answering that question. I don't know how to answer your question. I genuinely do not know how to answer your question. Okay. Oh, how long did I take to fucking Q&A? 2.5 hours? I remember I ended the first part in 2 hours. 2.5 hours of fucking answering questions. Hell me. I hope you all enjoyed that though. For me to like full on actually attend to everything that you all ask. And now, final yep session. I guess I can't fix my base today. I'll have to fix my base soon. My base is freaking dead. I'm not generating enough Wuling bills. I'm crying. Okay, let me explain something about CC. Is this spoiler territory? Yes. Spoiler if you care about not seeing the risk. If you don't care, then you are going to see the risk on the screen. Here's the thing. My video couldn't show all the risk because when I filmed the video, it was specifically according to my own instructions that I'm given. That is just to show these items. But I've came to learn that other content creators have shown different varying amounts of the like the risk and the stuff. So the thing is, because the information is all out there, I like if you like to pre-prep, I think it's only fair that we look at it together. If you don't want to pre-prep, then it's fine. You can phase out whatever I'm saying, or don't be here. I don't know, up to you. But basically, people in my Discord server decided to CSI the card out of like all the different content creators, Japanese, Russian, and everything, to compile the full list of risk. And I don't think the hyperglyph can get at me for this because again, this is now public information. Like since different CCs are showing different things, we see them all together, shall we? Okay. You see, I ain't gonna do the sneak peek again. So if I mean, if I get in trouble, then it's not my fault. The other CCs had the information. Let's not shortchange my own viewers, right? You understand? Okay, anyways, this was done by Fallen Taco in my server. I didn't. Okay, wait. Hyperglyph, if you're watching this, I didn't ask him to do this. Okay, I entered my DC server and I just saw, hi, I've compiled all the risk. So we're looking at this together. All right. Don't post this part as a video. No, I'm not gonna post this as a video. Okay. Wait. Full screen. Y'all can see. Ah, shucks. Let me pull my camera down. Okay, let's look at it one by one. Okay, operators attribute down by 40%. Okay. Damage dealt by enemies plus 80%. Timer minus 300 seconds. Enemy HP plus 200%. Okay, so those are very default risk, I would say. You don't. Okay, let me just say enemy HP is a classic not favorite risk in AK because it's very annoying. Like, it's just stat stick. So that's not going to be popular for high risk. Okay, under the chat, I'm going to close you, chat. Increasing enemies' vulnerability or arts infliction stacks reduces corresponding damage type by 90% for 10 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna try to explain sort of how this works, at least from what I think how this works. So when you raise their stacks, right? Like, for example, okay, in a physical team, the first person to put the vulnerability stack will have the default amount of damage. The second person to put the vulnerable stack will have their damage type reduced by 90% for that 10 seconds. If you don't do it in the 10 seconds, then you're fine. You will get the full damage. But if you're just trying to do the stacks, you need to know that all the stacks that you do have no damage. However, if you cause a reaction and a breach or crush, it doesn't count. Do you all understand what I mean? So spamming stacks will have like no damage because it's minus 90%. But if you end your stacking with a reaction, breach or crush, it's the full proper damage. So that's that. Then controlled operator damage taken plus 100%. Disabled dodge. No healing mass generated between waves. Good luck. Okay. You've seen this in my video, so I'm not gonna discuss it. Or you've seen this in the stream, right? Whenever an operator deals a ultimate damage is nothing subsequently. Vulnerable or arts infliction of the same element can only be applied to the same enemy once every 5 seconds. If you pair this with this, pretty annoying, right? You can only do it every 5 seconds, or do you do it every 10 seconds if you want the full damage? Enemy's movement speed 100%. Okay. I'm just gonna say this risk is free or low risk, I think. But I think this risk is like, you all know how my video showed a risk 10, so I did play it. I did use the movement speed risk. But I'm just gonna say on low risk it feels like nothing. On high risk, it's fucking scary, especially if you pair it with disabled dodge. Because you imagine, like, you know, the RAM, and the RAM has movement speed, and you cannot dodge. So, like, you're running, boom, you're gonna see a car. It's freaking frightening. So, it sounds free, but the higher risk makes it very silly gaming, I think. Each time an operator recovers 10% of their max HP or receive 20% as shield, enemy recovers 8% of their max HP. Wait, what? Each time an operator recovers 10% of their max HP or receives 20% as shield, enemies recover HP as well. Huh, weird. So you kind of want to recover your HP when there's no enemy. You don't try to heal in between ways. If you heal in between ways, then you're penalizing yourself. Oh my god, you cannot use operators that have like healing skills as well. Because if you use like Psyche or Snowshine and their combo has a healing skill, you can't use it. Because you will be just giving free HP to the enemy. For each stage of vulnerability or arts infliction, corresponding type of damage enemy receives minus 10%. What? Wait, this paired with this is like 0 damage, no? It's already 90%. This is each stage. Right. So you reduce the skill damage of the application skill. Like if you're gonna use Chen skill, for example, Chen skill gives vulnerable, right? So it's minus 90%. But if the enemy's at 3 stacks, there's already another minus 30% because it says each stage of the vulnerable cuts it even more. So the minus 90 and minus 30 is multiplicative, but that's gonna be like 5% damage left. Wow. This might affect Breach and Crush though. And actually no, this might affect reactions. I'm not sure. This is an attempt. At the start of battle, operators are not switchable. That's a free risk lah, but not... no, actually it will be a free risk no matter what. Operators basic... Okay, I'm going to move up. Okay, did I try max risk? No. I don't... I respect the fact that I want every player to play at the same time to try max risk. I didn't bother to go very high in my own testing time because I wanna play it I wanna play it the actual way people play it. But I'd say that I felt some of the risks and I can feel the pain. Wait, basic attack damage dealt minus 70%. Okay. Close range operators that receives damage, 30% of that damage reduces their max HP. Long range operators reduces 50% of that damage as their max HP. So this means that if you keep taking damage, their max HP will keep going down. Which technically means you shouldn't survive at a certain point because some of the enemy's damage become too big. But if for some reason you can reduce enemies' damage, you could end up with a 100 max HP left and then be one shot. Which is probably not gonna happen. It's probably gonna be like if you have 1000 max HP left or 2000 max HP left, that's already a one shot territory. Yeah, perma HP card. You're not gonna rescue this. So this is the key that unlocks the locks that you see over there. So both of them reduce battle skill damage by 60%. Length of operator combo skill cooldown minus 60%. That's one of the buffs you can take while taking this. Or, okay, operator's damage dealt plus 100% for any damage not dealt by basic attack, basic skill, combo skill, or ultimate. Sounds very confusing because doesn't it sound like everything? There are 7 things that don't get affected based on what they're saying. If you take the attack, basically. The 7 things are electrification, combustion, solidification, electrification, crush, breach, and DOT. Like any kind of DOT. Which I don't know if we have a unit that causes DOT right now in the game. Do we? Do we have a DOT unit? I count solidification as shatter. Arts burst. I think okay, yeah. Arts burst is also. Oh, I guess that's 8. Arts burst should also count. So there's 8 things. There's 8 things that get buffed by that. That's DOT, damage over time. So okay. When an enemy is defeated, spawn a poison field with operators in its range. Oh my god, there's more. Take 5% HP as damage every second. 5%? What? 5% is very high. Holy shit, you die in 20 seconds. Whenever operator casts battle skill one time, apply. Wait, whenever the operator casts battle skill 2 times, apply 1 stack of cryo infliction. But if you take the higher risk, it's 1 time to the control operator. But there's a battle skill. Oh, I think this is a translation error. It's battle skill and combo skill. So there's a risk table for battle, the other one is combo. I believe there was a text bug here or something. If an enemy was not damaged by the control operator for 5 seconds, if the enemy was not damaged by the control operator for 5 seconds, recover 15% max HP every second. I think the number below is a mistranslation. I think it's 30%. I think it's 15 and 30. That risk is not going to be good. That's not a popular high risk. It's the reason why I feel that when Kilstin did 46, he's kind of crazy. Because he might have taken this risk. And this risk is a pain in the ass. And it says control operator, by the way. It's not deal any damage. Its enemy must be damaged by the control operator. And that's crazy. In the final wave, Heavy Ram and Heavy Sting is changed to Heavy Ram Alpha and Heavy Sting Alpha. Duration of solidification to operators extended to 15 seconds. But if you cast a heat, nature, electric, or physical type, it dispels, but you can only choose one. If an enemy applies cryo infliction to the control operator, it applies solidification instead. Risk 52. Oh. Wow. Okay. I'll start off by saying this. There's no way of playing Ento. Actually, I'm not sure now. If this is a risk, playing Ento doesn't seem so bad. Because you're gonna hit one enemy at a time after all. So it doesn't feel that waste since you're not really. I mean, you can use Gilberta, right? If you use Gilberta and you pull the enemies in, then you can hit all enemies at the same time. Assuming they can be pulled in. But I don't think Enter will be popular. I'll start from there. Fluoride will not be popular because it's kind of hard to time fluoride's nature infliction, which isn't very good when you need to like be very precise with your when you cast the stacks. Who else isn't going to be popular? Catcher will. Let me think 4 stars first. Catcher. Guys, this is without week 2 risk. This is with week 2 risk. You are seeing week 2. I think Catcher has a chance, but I'm not really understanding how. Then Estella will be popular. I'm not sure if Estella will be popular in high risk, but Estella will be popular in low risk. So just to explain this, because everything of the risk here has to do with cryo infliction and solidifying, right? If you didn't know, Estella doesn't get cryo inflictions. She is immune to cryo infliction. So there is a chance that at low risk, Estella would be a popular choice as a control operator because she doesn't get affected at all. I'm just saying, I'm giving you the ideas. If you just want risk 20, there is literally some free text that are Estella coded. She's 100% immune. Read her talent. Did you not know her talent? Doesn't the last boss freeze? I don't know if she's immune to solidification though. But I'm certain she's immune to cryo infliction. Psyche's out clear solidification. The problem is you need to procure her out a lot. So I don't think Psyche is gonna be that good. It's not as good as like, permanent immunity. You need the out to keep charging up. Level her, you maxed her, but you didn't read her. Hey, welcome to CC. CC is the game mode where you read everybody. So I think Estella has some chance of being played. Who's the last unit that I'm not thinking of? Akekuri? Will Akekuri be popular? I think there's a chance that Akekuri will be fine. Some Vanguard heavy team, that should be okay. So I think Akekuri will be fine. Catcher, low chance. Estella is a choice. Then let's see the 5 stars. Alash. Alash has no damage. And he doesn't really give much SP. I don't think Alash should be popular. Then Arknight. I also don't think Arknight would be popular. Because you wouldn't really want to waste her skill when the skill damage is already so low and not exactly helpful. The funny thing about Arklight is that there's the length of operator's combo skill cooldown tag that you can get, which means that you can spam her combo skill a lot. It's gonna make for some funny gaming, but I don't think it's very effective on high risk. Yeah. Arknight has 50% chance to ignore Arts Infliction. You want to weigh on the 50-50 when you play. And you're going to use her as control operator. I'm going to say Arknight has a low chance. Then Avrina. Combo skill cooldown for Avrina is very good. Yeah, you can get Thunderland spam with Avrina. Or if you go the other direction, is it good? No. No, I think you'll take the combo skill cooldown. Avrina isn't so much about the stacks as well. The stacks that she's concerned by is the sword stacks. Avrina should be a popular higher risk choice, I think. In the first place, Avrina's kit isn't about like doing stacks of like electric infliction. Instead, it's have electrification in play, procure that, let her throw it down. So you technically wouldn't trigger the solidification as much because you're not applying the okay, no, but it affects combo skill though. But pretty certain you can find a way to dispel it easily. So yes, I think an Avrina concentrated team is going to be very popular for higher risk, which also means that Perlica will easily be popular because you need to pair Perlica with Avrina at minimum. That means Arklight have some chance, but for now I'll just say Perlica and Avrina. What are other 5 stars? Psyche. I don't think Psyche will be popular. A few reasons. One, the healing. You don't want to heal your enemies, right? Each time an operator recovers HP, enemy recovers HP. It's not very good with Psyche. Because Psyche skill will heal. Her combo will heal. Then you are buffing their attack, but specifically their basic attack when you're using Psyche. More often than not. So as a result, it's so waste to like have that flying blue cube around. Her ult will buff, and her ult will not be affected by the ult damage, but I don't know if it's that necessary. And you're using her for cleanse. The thing about Psyche is that even though you can cleanse, it's not like she's the only way to cleanse, right? When you take the risk, it states that if you apply certain types of skill, it helps you to cleanse. The disadvantage of using Psyche, or any cryo for the matter, is there is no casting cryo type skills can dispel solidification. Like Psyche skill isn't gonna dispel solidification, only her ult can. So that, like, since they already introduced easy ways for the other teams, you don't really need a Psyche. So I don't think Psyche will be popular. Wolfguard will be popular. Because of how combustion doesn't get affected, or whether you're using him for the combo skill cooldown in order to... Okay, no, you can't. You can't use combo skill cooldown because, like, you cannot apply another stack easily. That's what Wolfguard is good at doing. But if you're using Wolfguard specifically for the combustion, then the other side of the risk is good because you're buffing the combustion damage. You can't go full stacks though, unfortunately, on the combustion side because of the way that this works. I just realized something. Vulnerability or arts infliction of the same element can only be applied to the same enemy once. So technically, if you apply an electric infliction followed by a heat infliction, that's legal. Like, it doesn't affect any of the other risks. And it can count as triggering the reaction. So I would say that Wolfguard will be pretty okay because an idea that you can go for Wolfguard is you can apply electric infliction, for example. You apply heat, you cause combustion. Eh? Oh no, but you can't apply again because it counts as 5 seconds. I mean, okay, no. If you do like Wolfguard combustion first, followed by electric infliction, you can do electric infliction and then electrification, but you will not trigger the 5 second for the heat when you use this combo. So you can stack another heat onto it. Something like that. Like there's some ideas you can do behind that double heat infliction that he does. Like he gets affected if you chain them both at the same time, because you might have to wait. Either that or you put something in the middle in order to like help to change what's happening. So he's gonna be very popular. Um 大盘 out is already screwed because 大盘's out applies 2 vulnerable stacks. But he literally got nerfed by the fact that you cannot apply both at the same time. So at least 大盘 has crush, which crush doesn't get affected. Uh, would he be good? What the hell is his combo trigger? Oh, I remember now. His combo trigger is the crush. Wait, his out is not a crush though. And he has 4 vulnerable stacks, and it might take way too long to clock it up. I don't think he'll be popular of a choice, because I don't know if you're willing to wait 4 vulnerable stacks. Like the art side of things is a bit easier, because even though they say you can stack the same element, but you can stack different elements. So that makes it a bit easier. But the problem with vulnerable is that there isn't another way to rotate. You're just vulnerable and vulnerable and vulnerable. So I kind of feel like Tapan will have a harder time because he needs the most stacks out of everyone. So I don't think he'll be popular. Chen. Chen will still be okay if you're doing a physical team. Because yes, if you cause a physical skill, her combo will pop up. But you can afford to wait the 5 seconds before you use a combo again in order to cause the next vulnerable stack. So I think Chen will be okay, but it's like more so a matter of timing and on the consideration if you are going to do a physical team or not. Any more 5 stars? Is there no risk for stagger? From what I see, though, there's a lot of risk that one would think they would do, but they didn't do it, like SP recovery. That's not in play. They didn't do specific enemy risk as well. Snow Shine will be popular for the parry. Because the parry is good to prevent the disabled dodge. But do you have enough SP to always parry is something that I'm interested to see. Yeah. But Snow Shine would definitely still have some kind of meta into it. I think that's it. All the 5 stars I've named. So Perlica, Snowshine, Chen, and Wolfguard are like the 5 stars that I think people are going to look towards within the CC. I think that's all. Okay, four 5 stars. And then the 4 stars are Estella and Akakuri maybe. Okay. Will the parry trigger the max HP reduction? Oh, it gives her a shield, is it? Does it? Oh, I get what you mean now. Because it counts as her taking damage. Oh, you're right. It might. Because it protects the damage, but it doesn't protect the whole thing. So she will still receive damage. And she might still get half HP. It's not meant to counter parrying. Wait, yeah, this close range operator receive damage, 30% reduces their max HP. Like, it might be a parry counter. Wow. I mean, she's going to be popular for low risk for sure. I'm not sure about the high risk then. %30 of the damage taken reduces the max HP, yes. That's the idea. 50% of the damage taken reduces it by max HP. Okay. Well, not sure about Snowshine now with that. Okay, 6 stars. Ardelia, free corrosion. Panic healing. I'll say she'll be popular. I'm not sure she'll be max risk popular, because I imagine max risk popular is don't take damage, don't even heal. So I don't think Ardelia will be popular in a high risk, but she would still be popular in a risk 20 trying to scale a bit higher than risk 20 type of team. Then Gilberta would definitely be popular somehow. I mean, the suction that she does, the nature infliction, the art susceptibility to buff something, that's gonna help. And then Enmin. Enmin. I mean, Enmin's rock status doesn't rely on any vulnerable stacks and stuff like that. So it is pretty helpful that you get the rock status and if you use the skill, it crushes the rock. Like, it will be big damage that isn't really affected by a lot of the other risks. I'd say he's okay. He's not like not gonna be used. I think people might consider Enmin. Uh, Pogranishnik. Is Pogranishnik's shield guards out damage? If Pogranishnik's shield guards are out damage, then it's so sad. You only end up using her his out for like recovering SP and nothing else. Which is perhaps what you have to deal with if you're using a free to play team. Sorry, free to play team. What am I saying? A physical team. You don't really use it out for damage. Yeah, you might want to do like an outspam so that he can generate a lot of SP. So I think he's gonna be okay to consider. Li Feng, who has the lift, I think Li Feng will be okay as well. Might be one of the applicators that you want to consider while also providing some buffs to the physical team. Um, I guess gotta bring up Mifu. Mifu will definitely be good in this CC, I feel. Because the double crush that she has, I think, will be very powerful at killing like an enemy one shot. I think that's about it. You think Shielda's not affected by out damage? Really? Okay. Mifu can group all the light enemies. Yeah, Mifu can be an alternative to Gilberta. If you're running a physical team and then you don't feel like putting Gilberta in, you can have Mifu in to do the pooling work instead of the Vortex. Then what comes after? Ember. I think Ember won't be popular, unfortunately. Certain risk where it's like the heal and then if you shield up as well, that's gonna affect the enemies. Yeah, I think Ember won't be played into the CC. Soulshine has a higher chance to be played, I feel, compared to Ember. Rossi, the bridge. Rossi will be used as just a bridge character though, and not so much for the damage. Because you can only use her out once, and then subsequently she has no out damage. I think Rossi will be just okay. Can't say that it's gonna be like for sure a popular choice. The 5 second thing counters a combo skill, or her combo skill doesn't last the whole 5 seconds, then there's a problem. And was he apply too vulnerable on a combo skill? Yeah, she might not be able to. Now that you mention it, so I guess she's gonna get in trouble. Okay, that's that for the physical side of people. I've mentioned Gilberta. I've mentioned Adelia, and then Levitate. Levitate gets screws by basic damage and skill damage down. Same for Fang Yi, I would say. They also get screwed by the exact same things. Mm, even though they get screwed, you could still use them as applicators. Like Levitate when she's in the out form, even if the damage is reduced, as if she's casting heat infliction stacks. Which if you have a way to consume it, you can, in a sense, like you can use those heat infliction stacks in order to maybe cause some combustion into play or some other art status in order to deal damage. Her combo combustion might do some work. Yeah. So gonna try to do that. Her ult doesn't do ult damage, I know. But the problem is her ult is nerfed by the basic attack damage dealt. Yeah, the interesting thing I find about this CC is that your main DPSs start looking like applicators rather than actual main DPSs, depending on the risk that you take. Okay, Levitate has a chance. Last Right, I want to argue, has no chance. My Last Right stocks are ultra low for this CC. I think if you play Last Right, you are going to. Yeah, I think playing Last Right is just CC hard mode. And that's rough. If you're that masochistic, you can run it, but wow, the timing of all the skills and stuff and applying the cryo in time, not good. And what's why you're running a cryo person who cannot dispel solidification? Is it possible to make a Last Right combo skill damage build? I mean, you can go for it, but I don't think it's going to be that impressive. Pop Master in Shamble. No Last Right for him. Okay. What's after Last Right? Yvonne? Yvonne? Ooh, will Yvonne be good? I mean, what is Yvonne's combo trigger again? I can't remember her combo trigger. Isn't Yvonne out heavy? Yes, but her out isn't out damage, I believe. I think it's basic attack. Like, basic attack enhance. So maybe she wouldn't be affected. She might be a shatter support. Maybe. Final strike versus solidification. I see. I think she can maybe work, but again, also not so high. Not ideal that you have another cryo person. Just know that cryo is phased out of the CC essentially. I don't know how any of the cryo people are gonna perform that well. Okay. Gone through nature, gone through heat. Camille. Let me just mention Camille. I am very much looking forward to Camille, I would say. Camille looks broken not just for CC but like every content in the game right now, in my opinion. You've got a Vanguard support type of character. So I think he will get played here and even into the the bigger risk later. Akekuri out unless you use Akekuri and Camille in the same team. Otherwise, you can actually just do a solo Camille if you want to. So yeah, I think Camille stocks will be high. Then that's done for the Heat team. What's the last team I'm missing? Electric team? Fang Yi. Is Fang Yi an applicator? Or does she need other applicators? Oh, I missed out Tang Tang. Okay, hold on. Fang Yi applies to out. I think she can work. Because she is still currently the highest DPS in the game. So I do think they should be a bit tricky to play though within the CC. Really, a lot of SP management that is in play while using Fang Yi. Tang Tang. Tang Tang will be. Again, Tang Tang is used more as an applicator in this scenario. Tang Tang out gonna shine. I don't know if it's gonna shine that well because you're gonna use it more so for the time stop only, since your first use has damage and then subsequently there's no damage anymore. So okay. So there's that. There's that. Wait what's the last branch that I'm missing? Yes, slow and haste with a whirlpool. Maybe good for the movement speed. Not too certain. Okay, I'm gonna say that Pelika and Wolfguard needs to probably be some of the lower level applicators trying this out. What do you think of the risk? I should have gone through all the 6 stars by now already. And the ideas behind the risk. Okay, all I'm just gonna put forth is this as well that I kind of wanted to say. You know how Kyo decided that in his video he did the risk 46? I'm just gonna say that risk 46 isn't exactly very human. Am I saying he's not a human? Maybe. Because as you see from the risk, some of them are really hellish. And it requires so much concentration and skill timing in order to perform. So I don't think anyone is gonna like exactly have such a simple time. When I tried and tested it on my own, I'm probably gonna be like you guys, where when I got in, it was like 60%. Sorry, not 60%, but I saw the enemies were like level 60. I was like, isn't that a little bit too easy? But once I felt it and I played it, I was like, wait, my team is full build, level 90 and everything, but I'm actually struggling. How is that possible? When these enemies right at the level 60? Like what in the super buff stat happened from the risk that I took? So yeah, I do think that it's gonna take quite a bit of tries in order for people to do so. Can someone link the risk somewhere? It's within my server. Someone made it for me within the server. So yeah. Does Avina's out spear cause damage when you pull it? It causes damage, but it won't count as out damage, I think. Because the out damage is just when the spear first land. So yeah. Isn't the death account super jacked up? It is. We kinda have everything like properly built. So it's kind of like what you'll see within either of our videos. They say he's a whale, but those risks though is a huge skill requirement. Yeah, he's not a whale anyways. I don't think it was his account. It is definitely not his account. So yeah, he didn't take the HP risk along with the timer risk. Is it? Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, I think I managed to review the risks to you guys at least. Some of the 5 stars will look good. Some of the 4s, maybe okay. Some of the 6 as well. I think it really comes down to the precision game of like how familiar you really are with your units. Execution is the most important thing about this CC. Team com is one thing where you want to figure out and pick the team comms that are very helpful to dedicate towards like having an easier time within the gameplay. But once you have that team and you enter the stage, it's already all about how comfortable you are at playing it. So yeah. Wait, what's this here talent? How's it gonna work? Not entirely certain. Did I cover Mifu? I did. Unless you want my opinion, then I will upload it tomorrow. You think the one guy that uses Chen can solo everything? No, no, no. There's a limit to a lot of the solo operator runs. No solo operator is gonna get max risk. That's for one. But it will be interesting to see like how many risk tech can one take in order to sort of deal with it and take no damage. All right. Oh, you all link the Discord server? Thank you. You think you'll main Mifu alongside Levitine? You're gonna put Mifu and Levitine on the same team? That's so weird. Why would you do that? What was the problem with CC? Ah, thanks for asking me to say what I felt is an issue of the CC. Okay, I'll tell you one of the good things of this CC. This is the highest possible max risk I've ever seen, right? In AK history. AK's highest possible max risk was 39. We've never seen it past the 40 mark. And so for them to get 52, it's impressive. Like there's so much creativity. And the fact that it's risk 20, that's you scoring risk 20 out of risk 52 in order to get all the rewards. As compared to AK, where some of our early CCs had max risk 33, and that's 18 out of 33. With a lot of times avoiding some of the most painful risk. So my belief is that most players will be able to find a team that is able to clear risk 20 and be done with it. But once you start going beyond it, then it's a question of how well can you handle all of the stuff. Right now, at least you don't see every single possible wild idea that they do. So I hope that the next few CCs we happen to see them go wilder and crazier and make us play a whole different type of playstyle again. But one of the troubles that I find with this CC is so it kind of mimics the wave idea of AK, where you send one wave of enemy first, then second wave, then third wave, then fourth wave. One thing I hope that they can implement that will differentiate them from the other gacha games end mode is that you know how the other gacha games end mode, like Spiral Abyss, for example, you don't just use one team, you use two teams. But the thankful thing for this CC is you're only using one. However, since there are 4 different waves, there's a little part of me, and perhaps you when you guys try it, that makes me go like, but what if a certain wave is better with a different team? You know, what if I don't want to play the same team across? You're not allowed to change that right now in this particular CC. But one thing that I kind of think that they could perhaps think about doing in the future is, yes, a person can play the same team in all 4 ways, but they can also give an option and setting where in between those 4 waves, if they want to switch it to a different team, they're actually able to carry it out. And that makes for a lot more creative strategies. The thing is, it's very different from the other games where when they have a 2-team game mode, the problem is you share the same roster, so a unit appearing in Team 1 cannot appear in Team 2. But in this case, when I say to make like 4 different teams for 4 different ways, what I mean to say is you can repeat characters. It's not to bring like 4 completely different teams. So you can either run the same team entirely, or you can maybe run the same team, but each time you change one person out in order to fit what you feel runs or happens within that stage. And that makes it a lot more customizable, I would say, in terms of the way that people approach these stages. Yeah, basically Spiral Abyss, but more flexible. So that's that. You want a boss CC? I think if you want a boss CC, that's not called contingency contract anymore. I think you're talking about Trials for Navigator. That's like a boss rush. But we only have so many bosses in the game right now. Gotta wait for you to get more bosses, and then we do a Trials for Navigator that already happens in AK. Rotating map every week could be a good option. That's a lot of effort. If they were to do it, then good for them. But it's a lot of effort to, need to create another table of risk and then need to figure out how this enemy is going to be like interesting within the rotating map. Like, I think pretty tricky. I'm perfectly fine if they, like, I don't know, maybe for the long part they can always just do one permanent map. I don't see the need for them to like do a weekly stage and whatnot. Did they add new movesets to normal bosses? Yeah, this being their first CC as well, clearly a lot of the risk tags that they did are more generalized to fit like every single enemy. There's barely any risk that is specific to one enemy, and the one that is specific to one enemy is only changing them from normal form to elite form, which isn't that interesting per se. So hopefully they can, in the next iteration, do maybe perhaps more character specific stuff to surprise us and throw us off that this character is doing something completely new that we've never seen before. So that's pretty much things. You'd like to have a hologram mode of what? I have no idea what the hell that is. You go into the CC with a roster of 12 characters, then in between you can swap members in and out. Yeah, that would be pretty cool if that's how they play the CC. That you can do the swaps. It's the first CC, so you think it's better to focus on basics. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. This CC in itself may not be exactly like perfect in terms of like the way that they execute it. Maybe some people won't like certain risk and some people feel some stress and they need to tweak it or whatnot. But with it being an experimental phase, I do think that it's done pretty well. And I hope that most people will be able to enjoy it and then also provide proper feedback in order to help deliver the next season to be an even better and more interesting one. It's a bit boring. All of the maps for combat is just around arena. Yeah. How hard is max risk in my opinion? Do you mean risk 52? I'm telling you right now it's impossible. I'm just saying it. I genuinely think no one's gonna get risk 52. If someone gets it, I'm not betting money. I'm just saying I don't think it's gonna happen. I think max risk. I'll be lenient to say max risk is 50. Like all risk taken with one time attack. That is like the limit. You have a question. Not sure if you asked or tested. If you can't change control operator, what happens if you're not controlling Levitate? If you're not controlling Levitate and you out, it will force you to swap to Levitate because it has to. Otherwise, you can't swing. I believe that's what it does. If it doesn't do that, I'm shocked. Because that's very weird. But it should swap you out. And then you can't swap Levitate out back into the original character. CN can get risk 52. CN is not getting risk 52. I'm now just saying, on paper, it doesn't look realistic. I've tried it in the sense that I've tried some of the high risk. 5 minutes is not enough time to clear 4 waves. Especially with all the attack downs and stuff, it's very freaking difficult to clear 4 waves in 5 minutes. So I'm fairly certain that the problem is the timer risk. How long did I play CC for? 30 minutes to 1 hour? That's about it. Oh, max risk minus timer. 49? I think it'll be achieved. 49 is definitely the minimum max risk that I expect it to hit. And then I'll say 50. How high do you think pot will break the CC? This CC in particular, high. I think you are scrapping for all the damage you can get. Is potential of characters going to influence this CC? My answer is yes. Not okay. No. I think it will affect max risk as well. You have 7 weeks for the CC duration. Yes. You have 7 weeks to test. You will get to play Mifu. You'll get to play Camille. You're likely able to play one more new character. that drops after. Here Feng Yi has resist threat. The only thing in the game. Is it? Oh, I never knew she has something unique on her kit. I've not really read into her potential. How long will CC last? I'm just going by information I was told it's 7 weeks. I couldn't use me for a commit in my test account? No. You know they introduced tech to disable port in the future, but what do you think? No need. AK didn't disable port. What are you talking about? The port is there to allow the whalers to enjoy what they have reaped from their sacred pools. Okay. How often do you think we'll get each CC? I think every maximum 3 patch. Early part, I'll say 2 patch. So like I think we'll get it in 1.5, and then I think we'll get it in like 1.8, something like that. When the new region comes out, I think it's likely that we're gonna call the version number 2.0 and 2.1. I think that's what the community will end up doing. Okay, anyways, any other sort of last minute questions that you all want to ask about CC? I have to mention, I started this stream saying that I wanted to go to bed and then I had coffee. My coffee caffeine has worn out. I don't know if you guys could sense when you are watching me for the past 15 minutes, but my eyes were glitching. I'm just grateful that none of you mentioned that I look sleepy, or like none of you mentioned that I look like I'm disappearing from the world. But my eyes were glitching for reals. I'm just surprised that I'm still able to speak coherently, despite legitimately entering a sleepy mode. I wasn't looking directly at the camera. Yeah, I'm starting to hallucinate. I hate my schizo. Okay, I'll say this to you guys. If you want to discuss more about CC, you can discuss more in my Discord server. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to. There's an Enfield chat in my Discord server. It's literally where I just got the chart from. You can ask people there like where that chart came from, who's the one that translated it, or you can go in there and take a look at for yourself and discuss some plans, discuss what teams you want to do. I am very much willing to try for max. I won't say that I will hit max race. I think it's genuinely difficult, but every step of the way as I'm playing the CC, I'm going to learn and figure out how to get better and better at getting bigger risks. Am I going to make guides for CC nearer to the date or when it release? I think I will. But in the coming weekdays, I will make like a CC commentary video. So like the things that we got to talk about in this stream, I'm going to condense some of the points that I said into the video, not using this stream footage, just a completely different and separate filming. So yeah. Why make today's Q&A a regular thing? I do it from time to time, yes. I did it when before Enfield release as well, and I feel like I did it in 1.1. It just depends on the occasion, I would say. Yeah. I should do Q&A for AK, right? Maybe you should do a new player Q&A. Then all the new players will bombard me with all the questions they really want to know. I betrayed Ankh? I didn't betray Ankh. You want to see Smart Snap clip of me realizing I had early access? How about your Okay, let's end the stream on that. Give me the timestamp. While I still have the final bit of sanity left in me to react to something. What's the timestamp? You know, CCs instantly have to jump to the news so quick, but don't you think CCs are going to be very boring and over super quick when all the CCs are theory crafting and making guides now? I agree, which is the very reason why I say that I hope that only for this first CC, they do this teaser stuff. I don't mind that they do it for the first CC, but I genuinely hope that in subsequent CCs, they do not do it. Like, if they tell me, can you make a video for, like, this next upcoming CC with revealing all the text, I'm going to say, I'm not going to do it. Because I think it's kind of rude. Like, I would love for subsequent CCs for all players and CCs to play at the same time. But for a first instance, I feel that most players, like that you guys are watching, and like content creators ourselves, we shouldn't mind it because I like the purpose of it being that let's hype about the fact that AK styles of risk are visible in Enfield. But yeah, in the future, really, I've already sent them I said this just now earlier in the stream that I sent them the message telling them that I don't think they should do this early access thing for the futures of CC. What's the timestamp? Guys, I asked for timestamp. I see no timestamp. My bitch session is calling me. I'm asking for timestamp of when Smart reacted to me getting a test access or something like that. Okay, you send me a clip.
Fucking Cookie, man. That's why he was so like, he yesterday. Let's talk about CC. Oh, he knows more than me. No, now I get it, man. Now everything clicked, man. Everything clicked. Everything clicked. Cookie, all these rats have access to CC on a Saturday. No wonder. Hold up a second.
Wait, why did it take so long to freeze and like look at the cam? Bro! Oh my god! Bro, I can see everything turning in his brain.
Fucking Cookie, man. That's why he was so like,
Bro! Like, he goes to absolute kaboom!
Fucking Cookie, man. That's why he was so like, yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Slav. I wish I didn't take on this role, but I hope it was fun and worth it while it lasted. Okay, anyways, could you imagine? I've just done an entire Enfield stream without opening Enfield once. Holy shit! Chat! I've had a long day. I'm going to bed. Good night!